All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So everybody, so we are in the all different time zones. We welcome to our 7th International Conference of Artificial Intelligence, Medical Engineering, and Education. I remember the first conference was held in Moscow back in 2017, and that was live, and we continued. And even during the pandemic, we continued the conference, and this is our 7th conference. And in this conference, we will have a keynote sessions and also invited talks about today, 26 invited lectures. And also we are going to have a second day, the video presentations. We'll have 67 video presentations. For keynote sessions, we'll have 30 minutes. And for invited session, we'll have 15 minutes each. And each video presentation also have 15 minutes. And this conference is sponsored by several organizations and institutions. So International Research Association of Modern Education and Computer Science in Hong Kong, and International Center of Informatics and Computer Science, and also by Polish Operational and Systems Society, and Wuhan University of Technology, and Hebei University of Technology. And Dr. Zhengbin Hu and Dr. Kathy Zhang has made significant contributions to the conference. And so we'll start have Professor Kathy Zhang to give us a brief welcome here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Conference of Artificial Intelligence, Medical Engineering and Education. This is the gathering of the scholars from different countries and regions, a platform for mutual exchange and learning. I hope everyone has a great experience here. We are in different time zones, morning, midday, afternoon, evening, even midnight of our chairman, Professor Mashu He. So I can only say hello to everyone in the unified way to express my greeting to everyone. Try to be more comprehensive and interesting. I'm Zhang Qingying, a professor, work for Wuhan University of Technology, China, and also a guest professor of Royal Institute of Technology of Sweden. For my foreign friends, if you feel difficult to pronounce my Chinese name, you may call me Kathy. I'm delighted to have this opportunity together with friends from the academic community today to share the research achievements of each scholars and the joy they have experienced during the research process. In my opinion, it is the secondary for our international conference to publish the paper, while the more important role of our conference lies in sharing. Share the research achievement of scholars in different fields, share the method used in their research, and share the experiences and feelings of innovative spirit and method during the research process. Today, in the 21st century, the development speed of science and technology is getting faster and faster. While the sharing platform of international conference, the world will become smaller and smaller. The distance between scholars is getting closer and closer. Everyone can touch each other's research achievements, even their thoughts and concept through the platform of the conference. The benefit of hosting and participating the international conference are obvious. Scholars from different countries engage in extensive discussion around the various scientific and technological issues, which can inspire divergent thinking and prominent, in-depth and unique thinking in different directions. This is the expected outcome and the role of international conference. The exploration of international academic issues can also prominent cooperation among scholars. We hope to see more such collaborations. We also believe that the more cooperation will gradually be carried out in the future. At that time, the more beautiful and colorful spring of the science and technology will surely come. It is great honor for me to meet so many scholars and researchers through this platform. I will carefully listen to the lectures of scholars and study their experience because I know I need progress and grow. I hope everyone can also enjoy this communication, the process of communication. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang, for your wonderful, comprehensive introduction about the conference. And also, Professor Zhengbin Hu will also give us a summary about the conference.
Thank you. Hello, my dear colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to the 7th International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Medical Engineering Education, AIMEE 2023. The conference is supported by Wuhan University of Technology, Hubei University of Technology, Polish Operational and System Society, International Center of Informatics and Computer Science, International Research Association of Modern Education and Computer Science. I am glad to have this opportunity to give a short speech here. I'm Dr. Zhengbin Hu, working as the chairman of International Research Association of Modern Education and Computer Science, AIMECS, and the Modern Education and Computer Science Press. AIMECS serves as a bridge for global scientific and cultural exchanges and has organized many international conferences for researchers from around the world. This conference, which began in 2017, has now entered its 7th year and has achieved significant accomplishments. In the end, I want to express my gratitude for your support all the way. I hope that each of you will actively participate in the conference and wish the conference a complete success. My speech is now concluded. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hu, for your wonderful work and support to such a platform so that colleagues and friends from all over the world able to hear, to exchange ideas and share their discovery and their results. So we're going to start our first keynote sessions. We're going to have 2 lectures. First one, we have Professor Felix Janowski, and he will give us a first lecture on the multi-instrument measurements, problems of a process and comparison, and the fusion of data. I'm going to give the microphone to Professor Felix Janowski.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor He.
You're welcome.
I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and in particular Professor Zhenbing Hu for the invitation to be the keynote speaker in this wonderful conference. And I would like to make a talk about multi-instrument measurements. It's really a topic which is related with the direction of this conference. And my name is Felix Janowski. I am now with the Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands, and also with the National Aviation University, Kyiv, Ukraine. Here you can see the outline of my presentation. After the introduction, I will say about remote sensing of the atmosphere as an example of application of multi-instrument measurements, and we will discuss millimeter wave radars and calibration problems which appears with them. Then I will explain about Delft University of Technology measuring facilities and data for radar calibration using multi-instrument measurements. And after explanation about data processing for multi-instrument data comparison and fusion, I will demonstrate the results and software and calculation in this topic. Actually, why are we talking about multi-instrument measurements? Because, first of all, it provides a more complete knowledge about the object under study. It can serve as a form of cross-validation, ensuring the reliability of the data. It gives the possibility to combine the data from several instruments and can increase the overall accuracy of measurements through the data fusion techniques. In critical applications, redundancy is vital. If one instrument fails, other can be used as comeback data, ensuring the continuous data collection. Different instruments can have different ranges and sensitivities. Actually, it gives the possibility to complement when combine them. Some phenomena are too complex to be captured by a single instrument. In this case, we also have the advantages, and multi-instrument measurement technique can drive innovation, leading to new developments of new methodologies and technologies. And we can say in summary of this introductory slide that multi-instrument measurements allow for most robust, reliable, detailed analysis, which is crucial in advancing scientific research, industrial application, and technology development. That's everything is quite clear and of course important, but multi-instrument measurements also are related with various problems, which can be categorized as follows. First of all, it is calibration issues, because different every instrument should be calibrated well in order to provide the possibility for correct application. Another problem is synchronization problems of different instruments. Also, environmental variability of instruments, because it can be different dependence on different external conditions, temperature, pressure, and so on. Crosstalk and interference, they can provide different cross interference between instruments. Data integration difficulties. because we need combining data. They can be this problem can be challenging, and if instruments especially have different resolution, scale, or data formats. Next issue is complexity in operation, because operating can be complex and prone different errors affecting the reliability of results. And also maintenance and wear, it can be different also requirements for maintenance of each instrument. Addressing these issues often requires sophisticated data analysis to ensure that the measurements are reliable and accurate. Taking into account these introductory phrases, I would like, as a purpose of this talk, indicate the demonstration how we can solve sophisticated problem of multi-instrument measurements, considering as an example the remote sensing of the atmosphere using different instruments. In particular, we will consider radar, dysdrometer, weather station, and radiometer. The measurements which are in the basis of this talk belong to Delft University of Technologies, and the measurements were done in this remarkable university, Delft University of Technology. Talking about remote sensing of the atmosphere as an example of application of multi-instrument measurements, I would like to consider first meteorological radar and the problem of calibration of radar. There are a lot of different meteorological radar developed and used all over the world. You can see here some examples of quite famous meteorological radars. They are of different frequency bands of centimeter, 10 centimeter, S band, 5 centimeter approximately, C band, 3 centimeter approximately, as X band, and they are produced by different producers in different countries. In this picture, you can see the research facility as atmospheric radars developed in the Delft University of Technology. The first one is TARA, Transportable Atmospheric Radar, and here you can see Parsax, the big radar which is installed on the roof on the building of the Delft University of Technology. And when we use meteorological radar, the most important parameter, of course, there are a lot of different parameters, but one of them is reflectivity of weather objects. And absolute calibration of radar is important for quantitative application of radar measurements, such as estimating precipitation intensity or cloud hazard for different application, in particular aviation. And this parameter is radar reflectivity of weather object, which we name it Z. Measurement or estimation of radar reflectivity is important for meteorology. It gives a possibility to use it very effectively for different prognoses and so on. Under certain conditions, radar reflectivity Z can be related to the microstructure of weather object, microstructure of weather object in the radar resolution volume. Here you can see radar beam, conditionally radar resolution volume, which range resolution and the resolution in horizontal plane, resolution in vertical plane. And this volume is resolution volume. It can be calculated like this, where theta are antenna beam widths in horizontal and vertical plane, and R is the distance from the radar to this particular resolution volume. And we can introduce the reflectivity of the unity of volume. So if each particle resolution volume is filled with droplets, with particles, atmospheric particles, and each of them has radar reflectivity, radar cross section, better to say, sigma. And if there are n particles, so the sum of them and divided by the volume, we have this parameter as specific reflectivity of this object. And it can be represented like this, where n is number of particles with this radar cross section, and it depends on diameter of droplet and wavelengths of the radar. And this sum can be substituted by the integral. This is concentration of droplets and the radar cross section of each droplet. And under the condition that wavelength is much more than diameter of each reflector, each scatterer, each droplet, we can use this Rayleigh approximation of radar cross section of each particle. And you can see that this, let's say, radar cross section of particle is proportional to the diameter in 6th power and inversely proportional to wavelengths in 4th power. And after substitution into this formula, this sigma, we have this now specific radar cross section of the resolution volume, specific reflectivity, we can say, like shown here. And this integral is indicated as Z. This is radar reflectivity. And you can see that under this approximation, it depends on the number of particles and diameter of particles in 6th power. But this is correct only in case of validity of Rayleigh approximation. And to measure radar reflectivity, we can measure the reflected power received by radar, and it is inversely proportional to square of range of distance, and Cz is just a coefficient which depends on many radar parameters: transmitter power, antenna gain, receiver sensitivity, frequency of operation, and so on. By measuring the reflected power, Z can be measured if C is constant or known. But of course, in real life, different parameter can be changed. That is why we need calibration. And calibration must ensure that this condition is met. Calibration can be of two, let's say, types. Internal calibration, it involves the use of test signal that is circulated within the system to maintain critical parameters within proper limits. And external calibration, which covers the full cycle of receiving the reflected signal, including the formation of the sounding signal and the receiving channel. Of course, external calibration is very important. Internal calibration, it's the task of radar developer and producer. But external should be used during the exploitation, during the application of radar, and this is more complicated thing. There are different methods of calibration. Historically, the first method is calibration using the reference target. It can be done by using a standard target by measuring the slant range and reflected signal power from a stable target with known radar cross section. For example, it can be a hollow aluminum ball of known diameter. Sometimes, instead of, it can be different things. I will not say a lot of this. And the value of the radar constant, C, is determined by several measurements, by the average reflected power from a target with known radar cross-section. Such calibration methods cover all parameters of the transmitter medium receiver tract and are quite accurate, but it has important disadvantage. It's labor intensiveness. It's very difficult to do, and it takes long time, duration, and such measurements are difficult to organize. A pilot balloon is necessary with a winch or unmanned aerial vehicle with control system and communication means, and it cannot be done every day. It can be done sometimes. Here you see the instrument developed in Delft University of Technology, for this purpose. This is unmanned vehicle. Here you can see the target, the sphere, aluminum sphere, as for calibration with known radar cross-section. Another unmanned vehicle is equipped with GPS on board, and another GPS is here in order to, in radar beam was only the sphere and to know exact coordinates of this thing. So here you see the drone and external GPS unit, and here you see WAF, sphere, and GPS as picture. Another way is using calibration, is using the rain medium for calibration. The use of rain medium for calibration of weather radar, it's long time known, and the idea is to compare measurements of rain by radar and other means, other instruments, for example, rain gauge, weather station, or this drone. And this direction has many ramifications, and some of them have received significant development, especially with the advent of multi-parameter polarization radar. This is important and well-developed approach for centimeter wave radars. And there are many other methods of calibration. I will not explain you a lot of this, about this, because to save some time, and we will go ahead. Even some can be used for calibration. And now the next point of my talk is the millimeter wave radars. I told about the appearance of millimeter wave radars during recent years, and they have a little bit different and strongly different properties, and calibration problems are very important in this case. Here you see millimeter wave cloud radars as an example. Such kind of millimeter band cloud radars, or simply cloud radars, because they are sensitive to very, very small particles like cloud, not only precipitation, and very small droplets. And they give the possibility to use radar system for cloud monitoring. Operating frequencies of such radars are from 24 to 1010 gigahertz, and wavelengths respectively from 1 millimeter to 1 centimeter. Most often 35 gigahertz and 94 gigahertz are used, and 94 it's W band, and we will use particularly this kind of radar, which has remarkable properties, but also some problems. So the wavelengths in this case, this is very important, is 10 to 30 times shorter than that for X band and S band centimeter wave radar. Here you see some examples of millimeter wave band cloud radars, American, Ukrainian. This is also Ukrainian, the transmitter, and this is Chinese Ka band cloud radar. And the delicate nature of millimeter band components and the harsh conditions in which meteorological radars operate can lead to undetected performance changes even more often than in case of centimeter wavelengths radar. And because quantitative measurements are impossible without calibration, the system calibration is especially important problem in case of millimeter wave radar to obtain meteor object parameter. And in this case, the question arises, whether is it possible to use the methods developed for X band, C band, and S band radars to calibrate millimeter wave radar, W band radar. And what is the difference between these two cases, millimeter and centimeter? Difference is very strong. Here you see the picture which every radar expert knows. It is used in radar textbooks everywhere. And you can see here the dependency of radar cross-section normalized by the area of scatterer, PR square, where R is diameter of drops, for example, if we are talking about meteorological objects. And here we have radius normalized by wavelength. So actually 2PR, the circle of droplets divided by wavelengths. And you see this kind of dependency. So if R is increasing, we have first, let's say, area like this, and then we have oscillation. This is the same, but in logarithmic scale, and it is better for analysis. This here we have from 0 to 1, that means that wavelength is equal to 2PR, where R is radius. And here we have such strong increasing the reflectivity. And then we have calibration, we have oscillation. And here we have this region, this is Rayleigh region, where radius of or diameter of particle is much less than wavelength. And here we have Mie region. So in case of centimeter wave radar, we are here, Rayleigh, and I told you that Rayleigh approximation is used. This is Rayleigh approximation. But when we have bigger droplets or smaller wavelengths, in case of millimeter wave, we are here in Mie region. And in this case, there are much more complicated formulas in order to calculate radar cross-section. It's not one formula, it's just a series of quite difficult to calculate. And actually, the formula about radar effectivity not valid anymore. And this is not the only problem. There are many others. They are listed here. So the attenuation of electromagnetic waves is much stronger in millimeter wave. As I told, implicability of Rayleigh scattering model and other problems also are listed here. Sensitivity to temperature and so on. So a lot of problems, a lot of differences, and it is reasonable to assume that these features can be not only a source of problems, but also they should encourage us for new engineering and technological solutions. If we are considering applicability of traditional calibration methods to millimeter wave cloud radar, we can say that some of them can be used, but in particular the fourth one, the comparing the measurement of rain by radar and other means, this barometer, and of course it works, and it is particularly corresponds to our topic, multi-instrument measurements. That is why it is selected. And now I would like to give you some information about TU Delft measuring facilities for remote sensing and data which are collected here for radar calibration. So we are located here. This is Delft. This is North Sea, The Hague, Den Haag in Dutch. And this is Rotterdam, famous seaport. And this is Delft, the city where Delft University is located. And this is Cabau, the place where a lot of instruments are located in the center of the Netherlands, in the Utrecht region. And facilities are located in two locations. In the place where the university is located, Delft. Here you see the facilities on the roof of the building of the electrical engineering, mathematics, and computer sciences faculty. Parsaks, weather station, X-band radar. This is the attic where instruments are located. Also the search, let's say, ranging in the campus, where this is these hygrometers, the centimeter radar, radiometer, and 94 W-band radar. This is this place where everything is located. This is the faculty of geoscience and remote sensing where I am working today. And this is electrical engineering, mathematics, and computer science. And this is radar also on the roof, which I showed you. This is our Doppler cloud radar of W-band. It's frequency modulated continuous wave radar. Also this radar, and this is another location in the radio range in Cabau. It's a part of Ruisdael Observatory, which is a national initiative in the Netherlands, and it was set up to enable more concrete, detailed forecasts of the weather and air quality in the Netherlands. It's also equipped with the tower of 214 meters high, and this is Ruisdael Cabau W-band and 35 gigahertz, two radars. This is 94 and 35 megahertz microwave radiometer, the facility on the tower, and so you can see that we have a lot of instruments for multi-instrument measurements, and particularly we use radar, dysdrometer, and weather station observations. I should say that this dysdrometer, it is a device which is able to measure the drop size distribution directly. So here, I forgot to say, this is dysdrometer. It's laser optical device, and where rain droplets are here between this transmitter and receiver, they are measured in diameter and velocity. And radar measures the reflected signal, completely different way. So for processing, we use observations which were made constantly, and data from output of various devices are recorded. It was done during 3 years, 21, 22, and 23. And continuously measurements are done. So it's huge set of data, really big data. And each month we can consider this data. For example, here you see in November 21 in Kapau, the days, it's days from 1 to 30 of November, and rain rate. So we can choose what kind of day and time we can use for processing. And multi-instrument observations were done with 24 gigahertz radar sounding data, vertical sounding was used. So directly into the zenith, laser disdrometer data corresponding to time and place, but it's not completely correspondence. So we should take into account that. Also weather stations data and radiometer. As I told, 94 gigahertz radar was used. It's Rode and Schwarz development, 3.2 millimeter wavelengths. It is equipped with weather station. Here is weather station. And radar utilizes frequency modulated continuous wave signals and has very good range resolution, 1 meter approximately. Radar data are presented in hourly files for every 3 seconds, every 3 seconds. And disdrometer data is completely different. Laser precipitation disdrometer measuring was used. It is able to measure all precipitation types, and it can estimate the drop size distribution. Also, it calculate radar reflectivity using drop size distribution, but radar reflectivity is provided by this device, this disdrometer, from drop size distribution, is based on Rayleigh model calculation, which I indicated in the very beginning of my presentation, but in millimeter wave, it doesn't work properly. That is why we were forced to develop new signal processing, data processing algorithms. And actually, radar save data every 3 seconds, and products of disdrometer, it's simultaneous measurements of 32 classes for particle size and velocities, and disdrometer data are stored in monthly files with 1 minute time resolution. So 3 seconds for radar and 1 minute for disdrometer. And here you see the implementation of traditional disdrometer-based method for W band. This is our radar, this is rain, disdrometer, and we should take into account the different place. Radar resolution volume is somewhere in some height. Disdrometer is located on the surface, and mathematics here is much more complicated because we should use AIMEE formulas instead of Rayleigh approximation. So let's proceed to data processing for multi-instrument data comparison and fusion. Actually, here you see the simplified block diagram. Here we have radar measuring reflectivity in each range beam. So it's radar reflectivity. We should compare it with the reflectivity, which will be calculated from this disdrometer, but this disdrometer gives us the data on drop size distribution at ground level. And weather station gives us the temperature, pressure, humidity, and so on, which is necessary in order to calculate drop size distribution at the height from the ground level. We should take into account evaporation of droplets during the falling down, attenuation in rain, and attenuation in gases, time shift because it's different time also. Droplets are falling down quite long time from some height to the ground level. So we have initial data, preparatory processing procedures, calculation reflectivity in the same range beam, and comparing radar and disdrometer estimation and the result that can be used for analysis, statistics, corrections, calibration, and so on. So there are a lot of problems which should be taken into account, and how we solve these problems. So actually, we do not have a lot of time to discuss all the details, but our task is to calculate reflectivity from this droplet drop size distribution measurement.
Felix Uriemia. Felix
Время.
Uriemia.
Okay, I will finish very quickly if it's like this. So we can measure scattering matrix components. It's quite interesting and complicated thing. For this, we use algorithms which are described in these slides. I will browse. Reflectivity calculation, attenuation by rain, attenuation by atmospheric gaze, and this is reflectivity without taking into account attenuation. We can measure. Now we should take into account attenuation using standard atmosphere parameters, and we should take into account time delay during falling down and evaporation of droplets. This is developed by us way how to do that, and time correction, because we use measurements of correlation function between series of the spectrometer and radar data, and this is time delay. And I will finally show software and calculation results. This is the let's say interface of the MATLAB program developed by us. Selection of files, the spectrometer files, selection of radar files, different two files of the same time should be selected. Here you see already they are introduced, and this is the spectrometer reflectivity measured by the spectrometer and by radar. They look similarly, but it's completely different. You see 40 dBs and here 20 dBs. That is because it's calculated by the spectrometer built-in software. It's not correct, and we calculate using our algorithm. It's different, and now it looks it's better to response. But here you see some also not good things, and we include filter because droplets can be not more than 8 millimeter. In this case, we have better results already, and include attenuation in rain, attenuation in gases, and it's better corresponds. Also, we can calculate time falling down and evaporation. It's looks like the same, but it's different. If we increase scale, we see difference. And now we should correct time shift. It's 61 seconds in this particular case. And now we have radar and this spectrometer reflectivity together. And this is rain rate. This is data from weather station, temperature, pressure, and humidity correlation function, and scatter plots, which gives a possibility to compare. This is ideal case green and real case red. And this is spectrum from this spectrometer and from radar. This is a moment where no rain. But radar is more sensitive than the spectrometer. The spectrometer is not sensitive for very, very small particles. And we can also calculate drop size distribution and so on. So these results, it's quite interesting, and I can conclude that the method of multi-instrument W-band radar calibration using for this hygrometer and compact meteorological station has been analyzed and in details, and issues and their solution has been discussed. The convenient friendly software has been developed for comparative analysis of the data obtained by W-band radar and this hygrometer during continuous measurements of rain characteristics. Experimental part of the research was based on multi-instrument measurements provided during several years in Cabal experimental meteorological site in the Netherlands. Specialized MATLAB software for processing, comparison, and fusion sophisticated multi-instrument data has been developed, tested, and used for W-band radar calibration. And the developed software is suitable and has been tested as the tool for correct comparison of radar reflectivity factors, Doppler spectra, mean and root mean square velocities. And in the future, taking into account the T-matrix method, which we use, it gives a possibility to also calculate polarimetric parameters. It will be used in the future, and this should be done with taking into account sounding with slant radar beam, and additionally the available radiometric data which were not used here. And finally, I would like to thank my colleagues, which are in fact my co-authors, Herman Ruschenberg, Christine Unal from Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, and Alexander Petertsev from Kyiv, Ukraine National Aviation University. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation about all the instrumentation experiments and data processing. We're kind of run out of time. We just have one question. Any questions from audience?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Okay,
Can
go
I
ahead.
ask them?
Yeah, you go ahead, Dr. Cohen.
Okay, thank you. Professor Janowski, thank you for your interesting report. I have a question about the level of accuracy of your measurements.
Repeat, please, because I did some things.
Okay, I have a question about the level of accuracy of your measurements.
The level of accuracy.
Yes.
Actually, accuracy depends on the instruments, and it was indicated in the parameters of radar. But actually, accuracy, what particularly accuracy of what? We have a very nice instrument, W-band radar, which has high resolution, and actually accuracy was not estimated exactly, but that is the reason why we use different instruments in order to compare them, and the fusion gives us the possibility to have more reliable data. But actually, we did not measure anything. We did not measure particular drop size, for example, for separate droplets. But accuracy is quite good, and this hygrometer gives accuracy. The smallest droplets is 0.2 millimeter droplets can be measured, for example. Smaller droplets cannot be measured. That is why we can take into account and say that accuracy is 0.2 millimeter, for example. It's good approach to answer your question.
Thank you very much. I guess we all, if you have any additional questions, you can email, and you can also go through the chat. So we're going to move on to our next let's thank our speaker one more time. And so wonderful lecture, and thank you very much on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our second keynote lecture. This is going to be by Professor Harrison Yang. He's going to talk about addressing complexity of a generative AI in educational landscape. As you know that the AI has become a phenomenon, or has been said as the great revolution in the current century. So let's hear from Dr. Yang. Let's welcome, give your microphone to you.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see you, Professor He. Long time no see.
Nice to see you. All right.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, thanks for the invitation for this conference. I'm very happy to share my thoughts about AI in education. As Professor He already mentioned, I am a distinguished professor at State University of New York. Well, I remember about the same time in 2018, I had spoken about impact of AI in education at the China, Germany EdTech Summit in Wuhan. This is the slide I used at the time. As we can see, AI was predicted as one of the most disruptive technologies in next 10 years. We can see from here. Well, 5 years later, as we move past the COVID-19 pandemic, let's look at the new forecast. AI indeed is continuing to thrive. See that? According to this newly published book by UNESCO, AI in education is expected to be over $6 billion by next year. Generally speaking, predictive AI and generative AI are the greatest AI impact in education. Well, predictive AI use the basic statistics algorithms to analyze historic data and make prediction about new data. Application in education could be personalized learning platforms, enrollment management, student advising. Well, I would say, predictive AI is a very powerful tool. I can share a personal story here. At one time, I watched the TikTok. It was a dating program. The showcase. So after that, well, TikTok keep pushing a bunch of dating programs to me, until one day my wife asked me, what the heck you doing? Are you trying to find somebody else? God, see, well, another type of AI is generative AI, which use deep learning techniques such as neural networks to create text, sound, and images that mimic human recreations. Well, the application in education could be the instructional content, automatic assessment feedback, and basic support services. So what does exactly AI refer to? Generally speaking, we define AI as a computer system can perform tasks normally requiring human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision-making, and translation between languages. So after all, artificial intelligence is not human intelligence. So what are the fundamental differences between the two of them? Here are some points I have found. On the left side is artificial intelligence, and on the right side is human intelligence. Well, artificial intelligence can be traceable. Human intelligence sometimes cannot be traceable. Artificial intelligence usually is explicit. Human intelligence is tacit. Artificial intelligence focuses on skills and knowledge. Human intelligence is focusing on emotion and values. Artificial intelligence shows regular patterns. Human intelligence shows disorder pattern. Artificial intelligence is based on logical evidence and data analysis. Human intelligence is based on intuitive feelings, aha moments. Artificial intelligence provides one of the best standardized answers. Human intelligence provides multiple answers. We have different opinions. Artificial intelligence is always focusing on one discipline. Human intelligence is talking about interdisciplinary areas. So how should we think about AI in education? Like any other emerging technologies, AI can bring both opportunities and challenges in education. On the benefits and advantage side, AI can provide personalized learning, meet the students' specific needs, and finish their learning pace. AI can provide immediate feedback to students, so help students identify their academic strengths and weaknesses, therefore improve their performance. Artificial intelligence can provide new learning experiences, such as virtual reality simulations, therefore can motivate students, engage their learning. Artificial intelligence is efficient. It's very efficient. Can help us to do our routine jobs, such as grading our students' assignments, so save our time to focus on the instruction and student support. Also, AI analyze the big data from students' performance, so can help us to assess our teaching methods and the curriculum improvements. On the other hand, AI brings lots of challenges in education. Here are some of them. AI is lack of interpersonal skills. What about human interaction, empathy, collaboration? AI cannot provide that, which are very important for students' social and emotional development. AI could be very costly, not only for the product, but also for the maintenance. Here, we're also talking about the equity to access this kind of technologies. Well, some of us worry about AI can actually replace our teaching job. So unemployment risk could be resolved. Well, there are more, ethical privacy concerns and biased issue, the results. Here's, speaking about ethical issues, those data AI collected and used, we have two questions on that. Who has those data? We talk about ownership, right? And who actually abuse those data? Well, we're talking about the privacy. Those are two big issues here. Also, we call so-called gray area problem. Okay. For example, AI use historical and static data for prediction. So students are likely to be subjected to unequal treatment because of their previous behaviors. So the computer algorithm do not see the growth and changes on the students. Therefore, can give us the biased result. Well, what about the academic integrity? Especially generative AI can add academic dishonesty, which can reduce the opportunity for students to practice and improve some very important skills, such as critical thinking, problem solving, writing, and other academic skills. Here, there's something we call AI hallucination, which means AI can actually provide some unexpected, weird, fabric content. Last year, actually, this is a well-known website called the CNET, published this article. We believe generated by the AI. Will trigger lots of questions, challenges, because the content, lots of contents are mistaken, errors. So this website had to revise it, correct it, and republish it. I'm sure some of us already heard about this event, this incident. Also, pornographic videos and fraudulent phone calls has brought great harm to our kids and the society. We can see that. Because those products actually generated by deep fakes of AI switch the face, switch the voice, and fool people. So in order to meet those opportunities and challenges, as early as in 2017, a group of professionals from different fields developed a Solomon AI principles. These 23 principles are divided into 3 categories. As we can see, research, ethics and values, long-term issues. Typically, these principles are clear statements of possible undesirable outcomes, followed by recommendations to prevent such an event. We should also notice this year's edition of EDUCAUSE Horizon Report as an action plan for generative AI, which provided the to-do list for individuals, units, departments, institutions, and organizations. It is hoped to achieve those goals within 10 years. After 10 years, generative AI developers and researchers have found the way to ensure the process and outputs are equal, representative, and unbiased, ideally. Also, generative AI can support access to educational technology. And in 10 years, faculty, staff, and students are able to think critically about generative AI tools and outputs. And hopefully, generative AI is used to enhance human relations and complete tasks human does not want to do. In 10 years, we can use generative AI, report learning analytics findings in real time. And finally, digital assistants provide students with personalized lifelong guides for learning. Well, as an educator in education for so many years, here I provide my personal views about AI in education. Okay. Well, I think, first of all, as an educator, we should have a clear understanding about AI, what AI can do, what AI cannot do. Take the Bloom's taxonomy as an example. Well, Bloom's taxonomy, which is a classification of different learning objectives and knowledges, goals, we educators set for our students. As we can see, from the lower end basic skills to high end, high order thinking skills. Okay. So let's take a look on these 6 levels. The basic 2 levels, remember, understanding. I think AI can actually surpass humans. We'll move to the next 2 levels. Analyzing, applying the knowledge to a new ways. Well, AI may need to cooperate with us. Move to the top 2 levels. What about evaluating, creating? I think AI lags behind humans. So what does this mean? This means for those 4 levels, AI can actually integrate into our teaching and learning. AI can help us do automatic grading, support our teachers, students, meet different learning needs, and allow teachers to promote our students, provide personalized help, identify weakness in the classroom. This AI can do on these 4 levels. But AI cannot do on these top 2 levels. AI cannot perceive students' emotion. AI cannot provide emotional support. AI cannot reflecting our teaching behavior. AI cannot teach ill-structured knowledge. AI cannot organize students' discussion. So in our teaching practice, I think we should set up a clear action plan to our students. Here are a few points I would like to share with our audience. First, we need to clearly communicate expectations with our students. We need to let our students know what's our policy on using generative AI. We also need to provide clear guidance. Okay. So we should make clear, if we do not allow students use generative AI, such as ChatGPT, to complete their assignments, we should state clearly. On the other hand, generative AI could be a very helpful tools for us and our students. So we can actually encourage our students use generative AI to do the brainstorming, help their writing, translating in different languages, those kind of stuff. We should encourage students use generative AI as other learning materials and tools. And finally, we should provide some useful resources. Okay, for example, Tuning offers an ethical AI use checklist for students. And also provide rubrics for us as educators, proactively prepare our writing assignments. So here are some points I would like to share with our audience. Well, thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang. Wonderful lecture. Give us a landscape of latest aspects of AI and important topic in education, and has a broad implication in the whole society. And any questions? We're running out of time. Just have one question. Yes, Felix.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation, Professor.
Thank you.
I would like to ask such a simple question. Today, students, and I have experience in Delft University of Technology and in National Aviation University in Kiev, and everywhere students often use artificial intelligence, for example, ChatGPT, simply to give an answer to a question in a written exam. And they may not understand even the essence of the answer, but they write it. What is your attitude towards this and how to avoid it?
Well, this is a very interesting question, you know. Well, yeah, it's you know, generative AI like ChatGPT is quite you know, very close to human intelligence now. So well, it's hard to say yes or no for students to actually use this kind of technology. Well, as an educator, my attitude, you know, my reaction is, you know, I would suggest our students to increase their information literacy. They should know how and why they learn certain technology, why they need to complete the assignments we assign to them. So they can actually, with good attitude, to learn, go through the learning process to learn something. On the other hand, you know, we should warn our students to avoid, you know, AI addiction, which actually will reduce the opportunities for them to improve their own skills. I'm not sure am I answered your question or not.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's interesting and important, really. And
Yeah.
here in Delft University, and normally when we let's say are doing some small projects, so students are told, please, if you use GPT chat, please indicate it. For
Yeah.
which purpose did you use it? It's one of the ways.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much for a question.
Thank you.
This is a huge topic. I know that there can be another many conferences about it. And since this will conclude our keynote session, we're going to move on to invited lectures. And so let's move on to invited lectures.
Thank you. Now, the invited speech presentation for our online conference has now begun. Now we invite the first author, Mr. Hu Yang from Shouyi College, Wuhan, China. Let's welcome Mr. Hu to share with us. Mr. Hu.
What?
Yeah,
Okay.
good afternoon, Professor Hu, Professor Zhang, and Professor He. It's a great honor. So I will show my PowerPoint on the screen.
Share the screen. Hu 老师，请在放映格式放映。Okay.
Can anybody see my PowerPoint?
Your PPT. Share your slide.
Um,
右下角有一个放映格式，右下角按有个播放键，
幻灯片放映。
Okay. This is my PPT. So now I will show my presentation. So the title of my research is focused on influencing factors of resilience capability in the so-called fresh cold chain logistic, based on the Demoto IS method. I'm a teacher from Wuchang Shouyi University. My major research field is supply chain finance and risk management. I will briefly introduce my research background. So this research is based on last 3 years COVID-19 pandemic and the other public safety events, because some public safety events can cause severe supply chain disruption and may cause serious economic loss. And especially some supply chain like a fresh cold chain logistic involves multiple subjects and links. And so that may concern with many service providers, which easily leads to the supply chain breakage. I list the keywords of my research as below. And fresh cold chain logistic, and of course the supply chain disruption. So I may first, and then I may briefly introduce the two critical keywords on the paper. The first is fresh cold chain logistics. The fresh cold chain logistic is a special supply chain system that covers the several stages of the agricultural products, from the harvesting stage, the processing stage, the warehousing stage, and then the transportation, the dispatch, the distribution, and of course to the final, the retail end. So the key characteristics of this system is concerned with low temperature control environment. I list the characteristic as below. And the other keywords on the paper is resilience capability. Resilience capability is now the fashion researching field of the academic like risk management and other safety science. I borrowed the resilience concept to my research because it is considered one of the critical characteristics of current supply chain system to cope with the uncertainty, like many public safety events that may caused by many causes, especially in the fresh cold chain logistics system. There is an urgent need to build a more resilient system. So what is resilience capability? That is the one of the prime purpose of my research. Then, of course, the public safety events may cause the supply chain system failure, and of course, may leads to many other economic loss. So I list the flow chart of the operation system of the fresh cold chain logistic as the PowerPoint shows. So the front end is the supplier's end that may concern with the gathering, the storage, the cleaning, and of course the packaging process. And to the next step is the warehousing stage. The warehousing stage is the critical and crucial operations stage of the fresh cold chain logistics because it needs the environment of deep freezing, and the delivery routes should be planned, and the in-transit monitoring that is very important. And to the intermediary stage is the transportation and the delivering stage that requires the refrigerated truck and of course the experienced delivery man. And to the last end, it is the final end of the logistic operation, which is the consumers, consumer's end. So the next part of my research is literature review. Most of the indicators and the index system of my research is from the literature review. So I list several typical literature from the global scholars as below, such as some scholars concerned the cold chain logistics system that may enhance the market operation ability through sustainable development. Other scholars consider it is necessary to improve the resilience of the local logistic and the sudden public security events. So the other global scholars use the model and other theory to build a theoretical system to study on the resilience capability concerned with the supply chain disruption, such as some use the rooted theory, some scholars use the Bayesian network to do some simulation, and the other use this like fuzzy set theory to study on the major influencing factors and calculate the essential risk factors. However, after my summarization, there are some main limitation of the current research, such as lack of factors, correlation analysis, and evolutionary research. So, management and the safety science, that is the 4M and 1E scheme, involves the man's dimension, the machine's dimension, the materials dimension, and the methods dimension, and of course, the environment's dimension. Each dimension includes several indicators I extract from the previous literature review. So the main part of the research is, of course, the model analysis. The model design I combined with the Delmortal decision model and ISM analysis model. The Demotel decision factors in complex system that has been applied for many decades. That is a mature system. And of course, the ISM model mainly analyzes the mutual influence and sorts out numerous complex elements in the system and forms a hierarchical and a clear system structural visual diagram. So I combine these two methods to form the Demotel ISM method and into integrating into my comprehensive model to obtain the next step of my research. So that is the main formula design of the and some hypotheses of my research. The first step is building a direct impact matrix as shown as the diagram. I built this diagram by using the Delphi expert method. That is to inquire some experts to values the indicators. That is 5 values, which is strong, medium, weak, and no levels, and assigned as 3, 2, 1, 0, respectively, to obtain the direct impact matrix. That is the first part of the Demotel analysis. The second step is to calculate the comprehensive impact matrix. And of course, to get to the final result, which the first is centrality M, and the second is causal degree N of the indicators. I directly put the analysis results as the first is the centrality analysis results. The centrality analysis results is positively related to the importance of the correlation of the indicators. So from A1 indicator to A18 indicator, the diagram, the graph shows the correlation level as below. The second is category analysis indicator. The category analysis of the indicators shows that the indicators like A1 to A11 are the reason indicators, and other indicators like A13 to A15 are the outcome indicators, and some intermediate indicators like A17, A12 to A7, that is the middle part, which forms the casualty analysis results. So the next step, I borrow ISM analysis. ISM analysis has to calculate the other impact matrix H and the reachability matrix of indicators. So in this part, I set the threshold lambda to simplify the correlation of the structure of the model based on the overall impact matrix H of the indicator. So the final result of my ISM analysis have been shown as the figure. The figure shows that the director factors like A5, A6, A15, A8, A12 are the direct influencing factors that impact in resilience of the system. Other indicators like A9 to A18, as shown as the graph, are the intermediate factors influencing the indicators. And the bottom, that is the root cause factors like A4, A10 to A1, forms the root cause factors that influence the resilience. So the final conclusion and suggestion of my research separate to 3 main parts. The first part is that I formed this Demotel ISM model to study the correlation between various influencing factors, such as real-time monitoring system, Managers emergency awareness and the other indicators are the basic indicators that affect the resilience of the system. The second conclusion is that in order to improve the resilience of the agricultural supply chain, the government needs to introduce a series of policy measures to guide the supply chain development towards standardization, security, and sustainability, and provide policy support. The third conclusion is that the consumers also need to continuously strengthen their awareness, especially their food safety awareness, and encourage the government needs to encourage fresh e-commerce enterprises involved to pay more attention to product quality, invest more costs in quality control, and achieve the sustainable development of the entire fresh cold chain industry. Of course, there are some several limitations on my research. The first limitation is the number of factors identified in this paper is limited. The other limitation is that the entire research needs to be further verified and improved to achieve a more in-depth evolutionary and dynamic study of the resilience in fresh cold chain logistics system. So that is my presentation of my research. So thanks for everyone's watching.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hu, for your speech. Everyone else, do you have any questions, or I need to communicate it with Mr. Hu? Due to the time constraints, we can invite one of you to ask only one question. For further communication, you can contact by email. Thank you. Everyone?
Okay, yes, Professor Zhang, I have a question to Mr. Hu.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hu, based on your research, what critical factors may affect the resilience capability of fresh agricultural products in the cold chain logistics process, especially related to responding and recovering when dealing with the emergencies? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. I may consider several critical indicators that influence in the resilience capability of the system. The first is the low temperature real-time monitoring system. The other is the managers' awareness of the risk management that deal with the responsive and responsible for the public safety events to deal with some events like that. The other indicators like the enterprise's sustainable development, which means to have a further sustainable development plan to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and other events like that. So that may be three critical indicators of my correlation results.
Thank you, Professor Hu.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Hu's speech. Now comes the second speaker, Miss Huang Tongyao. Please, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Could you see my screen?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Okay,
You
thank
can
you.
start.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with me today. I'm Tongyao Huang, the author of The Influence of Education Expectation on Academic Performance and Education Expenditures and Mediation Analysis. And my co-authors are Jing Zuo and Lin Su. Okay, you can see on the screen, my presentation is mainly divided into 5 parts: introduction, research methodology, statistic analysis, and discussion and conclusion as well. So first, I will spend a few minutes to walk you through the introduction. Education is widely regarded as a key factor of individual and societal success in modern society. Among them, education expectation, education expenditure, and academic performance are 3 crucial components of educational success. The interrelationship among these 3 components are of great significance of educators, scholars, and decision makers. While past studies have provided valuable insights into the relationship between education expectation, education expenditure, and academic performance, the complexity of this relationship still requires further investigation. And additionally, the specific mechanisms of how education expenditure mediates between education expectation and academic performance remains unclear. Therefore, this study aimed to explore the relationship between education expectations and academic performance and investigate the mediating mechanisms of education expenditure. It is hoped that through this research, educator and policymaker can gain a deeper and more comprehensive understanding, thus helping them formulate and implement education strategy more effectively. So based on existing literature and theories, this study proposed the following hypothesis. The first one, you can see on the screen, there is a positive correlation between education expectation and academic performance. And the second one is education expenditure mediates the relationship between education expectations and academic performance. Okay, the next part is about research methodology. The data for the study is derived from China Family Panel Study 2020 conducted by the Institute of Social Science Survey, Peking University, after removing missing value of dependent variables, and control variables. The final effective sample size amounted to 3,643 individuals. Academic performance serves as the dependent variable in this study, describing children's academic performance through 2 main aspects: objective performance and subjective performance. The independent variables of this study is parents' educational expectation, measured by the scale that inquire about the level of education parents hope their children will achieve. And the third one, the mediating variable, is education expenditure, where the total educational expense over the past 12 months from the scale are regarded as education expenditures. Next, the study includes the following control variables: gender, male or female, education stage like primary school, junior high school, and senior high school. And the third one is attending the tutoring classes or not. And the last one, parents' involvement in their children's education and management. Okay, the next part, I will move on to the statistic analysis. Yeah. As indicated in Table 2, it can be inferred that both educational expectation and education expenditures significantly influence academic performance, albeit with positive and negative efforts. However, their overall impact remains relatively moderate. And in Table 3 implies that for each unit increase in educational expectations, education expenditures are expected to increase by 0.041 units. In Table 4, educational expectations significantly and positively influence both objective and subjective academic performance. The results in Table 5 show that education expenditure significantly and positively influence objective academic performance. In Table 6, the indirect efforts of educational expectation on objective and subjective academic performance is signifying and significant moderating efforts through education expenditure. And the next part is discussion. Possible reasons for our findings include the following. First, as education expenditure increased, students may feel greater pressure as they were aware of the significant finance investments and expectation their parents have made for their education. These pressures may lead to a fear of or avoidance towards studies, thereby affecting their subjective academic performance. The second one, when parents invest a substantial amount of money in their children's education, students may feel that they must achieve good grades rather than want to. This external drive may weaken students' internal motivation, leads to a loss of interest and enthusiasm in learning. Further research is needed to explore the underlying mechanisms and causality. And the final part is about conclusion. Let me quickly summarize the main points. This study uncovered the relationship between parents' educational expectations, family education expenditure, and their children, their students' academic performance. We have three findings. Like the first one, parents' educational expectations are positively correlated with family educational expenditure. Second, education expenditure have a positive impact on students' objective academic performance. The last one, for students' subjective academic performance, the influence of academic expenditure is negative. Okay, that's all of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Huang, for your good speech. Anyone, do you have any question? We still allowed only one question. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Huang, thank you for your presentation. I have one question. Then your presentation provides a very detailed analysis of the research results in your paper, but you mentioned little about the limitation. Could you please be more specific about that?
Okay, well, thank you so much for your question. About the limitation, there's maybe three. First of all, although the study used a large-scale data sets, it's limited to a specific region in China and may not fully represent the entire country or other cultural context. The second one, the data used in the study is based on children's response and survey, which may introduce response bias or some errors. And the last one, the data used in this study is cross-sectional. Thus, causal relationship cannot be determined. So in future research, we may consider using some more data to further investigate the relationship between these variables. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now let's welcome the third speaker. Ms. Mo Quanli, please. It's your turn.
Hello. Can you see my slide, everyone?
Wait. It's on the schedule. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yeah. Okay. I will begin. Okay.
From the beginning.
Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. My name is Mo Quanli. I'm the co-author of the paper, and I'm so honored to be invited to speak at the conference. Now let me introduce the paper, System Dynamics Modeling for Contactless Delivery Strategy of Medical Supplies. And now let's come to the abstract. The contactless delivery of drugs under the novel coronavirus pneumonia epidemic has become one of the main research trends. In this paper, an optimization model of contactless distribution of drugs under the epidemic is constructed based on the system dynamics simulation, considering the medical prescriptions of spare drugs in the cabins and the workflow of contactless drug distribution by unmanned vehicles. Finally, the model and algorithms are validated by taking the drug delivery of Wuhan City Mobile Cabin Hospital under the new coronavirus pneumonia epidemic as an example. By adjusting the parameters and continuously simulating and optimizing, we studied the use of contactless technology in drug distribution in mobile cabin hospital, clarify the practical value of the technology, and analyze the distribution efficiency, distribution cost, and inventory changes before and after its use. And the research showed that the model constructed in this paper takes into account the time delayed caused by the quarantine and disinfection in distributions, which can more realistically reflect the distribution scenarios and the influencing factors in the hospital environment. Reasonably plan the unmanned vehicle scheduling work and maximize the benefits of the contactless drug distribution system. And now let's come to the introduction. It is reported that in the early stage of COVID-19 epidemic in China, 1,716 cases of medical staff were reported, accounting for 3.8% of the country. Hubei province reported 1,502 confirmed cases of medical staff, and that is accounting for 87.5% of the confirmed cases of medical staff in China. Therefore, under the COVID-19 epidemic, it has become an urgent problem to optimize the drug dispensing mode and minimize the infection rates of medical personnel by ensuring timely supply of drugs. Therefore, based on the system dynamics approach, this thesis investigates the unmanned distribution demand, distribution cost, and efficiency of drugs in the mobile cabin hospitals designated for treatment during an epidemic outbreak. and continuously optimizes the simulation to seek the optimal dispatching scheme for the contactless technology. And as far as possible, we provide theoretical and data support for the process of unmanned vehicle distribution of drugs in the mobile cabin hospitals and provide a suitable cost budget for the contactless distribution of drugs. It provides meaningful references for improving the safety of material distribution, reducing interpersonal contact, and improving distribution capacity, promoting contactless distribution modes, and strengthening the epidemic prevention and control. Now let's come to part 2. There's the literature well. In the face of complex dynamic systems, system dynamics is used to study the flow gain stock, causality, and models through quantitative and qualitative methods, so that it can accurately simulate the model and reality and provide researchers with data for support and decision-making. System dynamics is widely used in the field of logistics, such as warehousing, distribution simulation, and path optimization. Distribution as an important part of the supply chain is usually integrated into the analysis of supply chain during modeling and simulation. Many literature focuses on distribution route selection, distribution node design, and distribution costs in supply chains using system dynamics. And the objects are mainly urban logistics, commodity supply chains, or the disaster relief and emergency logistics. Although they have analyzed the optimizations of distribution routes and locations layout of distribution points in the supply chain using system dynamics methods, it is worth mentioning that there are still few studies on the cost, cycle time, and benefits of the contactless distribution of medical supplies within hospital premises. From the aforementioned literature, the design of a model for contactless distribution of medical supplies under an epidemic is an important research problem. And the real distribution process and the data of mobile cabin hospital in Wuhan Guanggu Science and Technology Exhibition and the Exhibition Center are selected as the empirical background. The mobile cabin hospital of Guanggu Science and Technology Exhibition Center is an intelligent mobile cabin hospital with 5G cloud technology. And it has a total areas of about 10,000 square meters and can accommodate 550 beds. And there are 3 wards of A1, A2, and A3, including 4 supporting service areas, that is entrance and exit, buffer zone, washing areas, and treatment rooms. It is mainly used for the treatment of mild patients with fewer coronavirus pneumonia infection, and the hospital adopts the BXM-1 unmanned vehicle. And let's come to the system boundary. This paper will establish a model around the drug distribution systems within the hospital. And therefore, the definition of the model should be set around the loading link, the entry link, the killing link, and the exit link of the drugs in the cabin. The boundary diagrams of model is shown in Figure 1. The solid line frame represents the boundary of the system, in which the hospital drug delivery process covers the drug packaging vehicle area the treatment rooms and buffer zone of the hospital, as shown in the following figure. And then we set the assumptions for the model as follows. And then according to the previous introduction of the in-hospital distribution systems, and then the actual situations of the distribution process, and as well as the parameters involved in the model. Through the analysis of each influencing factor of the drug distribution system within the mobile cabin hospital, now the flow stock diagram of the contactless drug distribution system was shown. You can see as shown in figure 2. And the mathematical formulation. Now, in this paper, combined with the actual data of the corresponding case, the mathematical equations of the variables are established. Among them, since the level variables and the rate variables are the key types of variables studied in the logistic distribution model, they are presented separately in a list, as shown in the table 2. Through continuous simulations and optimizations, key influencing factors such as the adjustment periods of drug transportation and the bullwhip effects of the distribution systems were identified, and the configuration requirements of unmanned vehicles and the cost of single vehicle distribution of unmanned vehicles in the mobile cabin hospital under the background of the case are analyzed. And the simulation shows that when A vehicles are configured, the demand fluctuation of standby drug dispensing and the inventory fluctuations in the distribution system are the smallest. And the distribution demand tends to be stable. And the in-transit inventory is reduced. And the stable supply of drugs is ensured. And the backlog of drugs in the stock reduced.
莫老师，你可能得抓紧一点。
Okay. And you can see that the model simulation data show that the use cost of a single unmanned vehicle during the 3 months under the epidemic is about 25,961 to 30,191 yuan. And now let's come to the conclusion. In conclusion, this study explores the delivery costs and configuration requirements of unmanned vehicle technology within a mobile cabin hospital in the context of a real-world case, taking into account not only the characteristics of the hospital's medical orders, but also the delays generated by the need for epidemic prevention in the delivery chain and the contactless distribution behavior of drugs in the mobile cabin hospital is analyzed by constructing the system dynamics model. In order to achieve this goal, the actual situation of the mobile cabin hospital was first studied, and the modules and logic of the system were specified. Then the necessary data was collected and analyzed for the developed model, which was used to specify the mathematical functions of the various and the variables in the model. Through continuous simulation and optimizations, key influencing factors such as the adjustment periods of the drug transportations and the bullwhip effect of the distribution system were identified, and the configuration requirements of unmanned vehicles and the course of single vehicle distributions of unmanned vehicles in the mobile cabin hospitals under the background of the case analyzed. Okay, that's so much for my paper. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Okay.
Your speech is now stopped, and anyone else, time is limited. We can invite one person for one question. Please, is there?
Hi, Ms. Moore.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
I have thank you for your excellent speech. I have one question. That is, how do you determine that using contactless delivery for medical supplies is cheaper than manual delivery?
You are asking about the cost of the contactless delivery, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's you can see in table 4, and you see that the cumulative use cost of a single unmanned vehicle during the 3 months under the epidemic is about 25,961 to 30,191 yuan. And the treatment cost of COVID-19, my patient is 17,000 yuan. And the treatment cost of a severe patient is even higher and even up to 200,000 yuan. So in conclusion, the cost of a contactless delivery is much lower.
Okay, thank you for your answer. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's welcome the paper 1992. 1992. Let's welcome.
Forrest.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you see my screen, my presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. Let me introduce our work, Neural Network for Environmental Monitoring, a web application for image recognition. My name is Elvira Jumelia, and my co-authors are Natalia Bernatska, Irina Tepilo, Orest Kochan, and Ivan Solomon. Image recognition using artificial neural networks is becoming increasingly important in environmental monitoring due to their ability to process large amounts of data, detect patterns, and extract meaningful information from images. The use of neural network automates the analysis of huge amounts of image data, reducing the need for manual inspections. Artificial neural networks helps analyze images related to climate change, including monitoring glacial retreat, sea ice changes, and changes in vegetation patterns. This helps climate researchers to understand and overcome the effect of climate change. Image recognition helps in prediction the responsible and responding to natural disasters. Artificial neural networks can analyze satellite or drone imagery to identify potential risk factors, assess the extent of damage during and after natural disasters, and facilitate timely and effective response. Also, artificial neural networks contribute to the monitoring of protected areas by analyzing images for signs of illegal activity, encroachment, or violations. This strengthens conservation efforts and helps protect biodiversity in environmental sensitive regions. Image recognition based on artificial neural networks can be integrated into educational tools and public engagement initiatives. Access to interactive applications allows the public to engage in environmental monitoring, increasing awareness and participation in conservation. The aim of our study is to create a web application for image recognition using artificial neural networks to improve the efficiency of environmental monitoring. Developing a web application for image recognition in environmental monitoring is important for several reasons. Real-time monitoring, data accessibility, early detection of environmental changes, species monitoring and conservation, efficient resource management, improved decision-making, public engagement and education, cost-effective surveillance, and global collaboration. Libraries and technologies used in our work is React. It's an open source JavaScript library for creating user interface. It is based on the concept of components, which are independent interactive blocks that can be used to create complex UI. React Transition Group. It's React library that allows us to create a smooth transition between components. It is used CSS transitions to create smooth effects such as smoothing, expanding, and contracting. Main features of React Transition Group is that React Transition Group used CSS transition to create smooth effect and allows us to control transitions with JavaScript. And also supports various components such as text boxes, buttons, and images. Material UI is an open source JavaScript library that allows us to create user interfaces based on Google's Material design system. It contains a set of components that can be used to create various UI elements such as buttons, input fields, menus, and navigations. Main features of Materials UI are components. Material UI contains set of components that can be used to create different UI elements. Also, Material UI supports Google Materials design system and has a large and active community that develops many libraries and tools for Material UIs. TensorFlow is an open source JavaScript library for machine learning and allows us to create and implement machine learning models in web browsers and Node.js. It is based on TensorFlow and a popular machine learning library for Python. The main features of TensorFlow are ability to create and implement machine learning models in web browsers and Node.js. Also, TensorFlow supports a wide range of machine learning tasks such as classification, regression, pattern recognition, and speech recognition. And it is relatively easy to use. MobileNet is a neural network architecture for pattern recognition developed by Google. It was first introduced in 2017 and designed for use in mobile devices. It is resource efficient, which allows us it to run on devices with limited resources such as smartphones. The main components of web application for neural networks are client interface. User interact with neural networks through a client interface. The web server processes requests from the client interfaces and passes them on to the neural network. Neural network performs image recognition tasks. Important factors when developing a web application for a neural network is the web application must be reliable and work without failures. Also, the web application should be efficient and perform tasks quickly. And the web application should be easy to use and easily understandable for users. The effectiveness of a web application for a neural networks depends on several factors, including the accuracy of the neural networks. The more accurate a neural network is, the more efficient it will be. The speed of the neural networks, the faster a neural network can perform tasks, the more efficient it will be. and easy of use of the web application. The easiest it is to use the web application, the more efficient it will be. Benefits of using a web application, web-based image recognition application for environmental monitoring are automation of tasks. Web application can automate the tasks of recognition objects in images. This can lead to significant time and cost saving. Also, web-based image recognition application can use neural networks trained on large data sets. This can lead to improved object recognition accuracy. And the web application can process large amounts of data quickly. This can be important for tasks that require a quick response. On slides 9 and 10, you can see our web application for image recognition. We use TensorFlow together with React to build a one-page web application based on TensorFlow and the MobileNet artificial neural network model training on the Imagineer 2012 dataset to classify uploaded images and provide a short description about them from the MediaWiki API. The application stores the recent classification in the gallery. MobileNet is a class of convolutional neural networks that was open sourced by Google and therefore provided an excellent starting point for training classifiers that are insanely small and insanely fast. React and artificial neural networks are two powerful tools that can be used to build web applications. React is a JavaScript framework for building user interfaces, and artificial neural networks are a type of machine learning that can be used to train models that can predict or classify data. The development of web application for image recognition in environmental monitoring represents a significant advancement in the field. The application's capabilities offer several key advantages. Task automation, improved accuracy, speed, and efficiency. Image recognition technologies have rapidly become an integral part of contemporary environmental monitoring. Those technologies are poised to significantly impact our understanding of environmental issues, forecast future changes, and craft more effective solutions for environmental protection. However, it is vital to acknowledge and address challenges inherent in the use of neural networks for environmental monitoring. Data requirements, overtraining, and the interpretability of neural network decisions are hurdles that must be overcome to harness the full potential of this technology. Moving forward, continued research is imperative to refine and enhance the accuracy and efficiency of neural networks models. Furthermore, the establishment of standards for the training and evaluation of neural networks in the realm of environmental monitoring is essential to ensure the credibility and accuracy of those models. In conclusion, the fusion of web development technologies and image recognition through artificial neural networks represents a substantial step forwards in environmental monitoring. It provides a wealth of information crucial for solving environmental issues, promotion sustainability, and safeguarding ecosystem both locally and globally. As technology continues to evolve, the prospects for more accurate and efficient models in environmental monitoring remain promising. Thank you for your attention.
I have a question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Elvira, tell me, please, how can a web-based image recognition application for environmental monitoring benefit conservation efforts?
Thank you for your questions. I will try to answer for it. A web-based image recognition application can significantly benefit conservation efforts in several ways. The first benefit is automation and efficiency. By automating the analysis of large images data sets, the application reduces the time and the efforts required for manual inspection. Also, the application can play a vital role in monitoring protected areas for signs of illegal activities like poaching, logging on encroachments. Neural networks can be trained to recognize specific patterns associated with illegal activity, enabling timely intention and law enforcement actions. By providing a user-friendly interface, the application allows the public to engage in environmental monitoring. This fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility for the environment. Citizens can contribute to data collection, report observations, and become active participants in conservation efforts. Also, the application's ability to recognize and track wildlife and plant species supports biodiversity protection. It helps monitor population trends, identify endangered species, and assess the effectiveness of conservation initiatives, ultimately contribute to the preservation of natural ecosystem. And last but not least, benefit is real-time monitoring. These capabilities of the application allows for immediate responses to environmental changes. This is crucial in situations like natural disasters, where quick detection is and response can save lives and mitigate damage.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank both of you for your presentation and asking.
Thank you.
Now, let's welcome the next paper's author, 2356. Welcome.
Okay.
2356的作者。
Yeah, now comes.
张凌云2356的作者。
Comes. Please share your PPT.
Oh, can you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhang Lingyun from Tianjin Agricultural University. It is an honor to speak here. Today, I would like to share the title of this paper is the survey and the reflection on the current situation of Chinese farmers' education and training in the context of rural revitalization. I will cover the following 4 sections. The first part is the framework structure of the paper. The whole article firstly introduced the background and significance of the study, and through investigating and analyzing the current situation of farmers' education and training at home, it puts forward some of the problems currently faced by our country, as well as countermeasures and suggestions on how to solve them. And the second part is the background and the significance of the research in this paper. Farmers are the foundation for the modernization and development of agriculture and the countryside, and they are the backbone of the implementation of the rural revitalization strategy. Seriously doing a good job of training farmers and building a high-quality rural human resources team can lay a solid foundation for the implementation of the rural revitalization strategy and ensure that poverty, education, and the rural revitalization strategy are effectively linked. At present, the overall level of education of China's agricultural labor force is generally low, and the aging of the rural labor force is becoming increasingly evident, leading to serious constraints on the development of modern agriculture. The key to the strategy of rural revitalization lies in the revitalization of human resources, and the most direct and effective way to improve the scientific and the cultural quality of the rural labor force and to build a strong human resource base for the country is to provide farmers with high-quality education and training. Part 3 contains some of the key elements of the paper. Construction of the education and training system for Chinese farmers. At present, China's education and training organizations are still led by government departments, but there is insufficient integration of existing education and training resources, a lack of a unified coordination mechanism, and many of the institutions involved in training do not really play their proper roles. In China's current structure system, there are few opportunities for volunteer participation in training by leading enterprises, cooperatives, relevant research institutions, and existing training resources are not fully utilized. Foundational transformation of major government departments is not in place, and the social participation is not high. Status of education and training of farmers abroad. According to each country's agricultural resource endowment, population size, situation level of economic development has led to the formation of farmers' education and training methods with their own characteristics in practice. In general, foreign farmers' training can be roughly divided into 3 models, namely the East Asian model, the North American model, and the Western European model. Since Japan and China are both smallholder economics with similar resources endowment, I focus on the Japanese situation. The government attaches great importance to agriculture education and technical training, and since the 1990s, Japan has introduced a series of relevant policies and measures, and set agriculture education as a general education that must be mastered by all citizens, coupled with some legislative system and financial support to ensure the implementation of agriculture. The development of modern agriculture in Japan has created favorable conditions.
Dear participants of the seventh.
And there are some problems. The main farmers' own conditions need to be improved. The main features of the North American model are that agriculture production is basically mechanized and operated on a large scale, and that the agriculture science and technology system is relatively complete. With the organic integration of agriculture technology training, agriculture technology promotion, agriculture education, science and technology research and development, and the low willingness of farmers to participate actively in education and training. The above data show that most farmers do not go voluntary, but rather cope in order to fulfill their tasks. Government departments and grassroots cadres lack the capacity to widely publicize and organize this type of education and training, failing to give farmers a clear understanding of the purpose and significance of the training, and failing to organize it in a systematic and standardized way. The lack of individualized teaching leads to low efficiency of farmer training. A large part of the training unit is to complete the task. Relatively passive, they do not have a proper understanding of the training object, their needs as well the current development of the current situation, and trains in this industry without in-depth research and analysis, and not in accordance with the development of modern agriculture changes in a timely and effective adjustment. Here are some suggestions for Chinese farmers' education and training in the context of rural revitalization. Encourage young and middle-aged farmers to participate in education and training according to local conditions. As China's current labor force is mostly composed of older people, with fewer and fewer young adults, We need to take effective measures to encourage young farmers, workers, and outstanding migrant workers to return to their hometowns to start their own businesses. In response to this phenomenon, the state has introduced favorable policies to support the entrepreneurship of young farmers, improving the assessment and evaluation system and the supervision and management mechanism. From the experience of farmers' education and training in various countries, the formulation and implementation of relevant laws have provided a good foundation and a guarantee for farmers' training in many countries. Uniform assessment standards should be formulated and the assessment process should be standardized. A current attitude should be adopted to closely integrate and training policy with the national guidelines, clarify the objectives, take effective measures according to the actual situation, and strengthen the field expectations, not be an armchair strategist. Training content should be up to date with equal emphasis on theory and practice. Training institutions in the United States and the United Kingdom usually conduct rigorous market research and analysis before the start of the course. The teachers are to be trained in counterpart training, and the curriculum is not only basic technical training, gradually integrate into the management and operation of the context to cultivate better composite talents, which is exactly what our country needs to learn and continue to improve the place. And finally, the conclusion of this paper. By analyzing the education policies, methods, and characteristics of advanced capitalist countries abroad, it will be of great benefit to construct a system of education and training for farmers that is in line with China's actual situation and has Chinese characteristics. We should fully understand the strategic significance of farmers' education and training in rural vitalization, the patriotism and industrialness as the basic requirement for training, and take love of agriculture, knowledge of technology, good management as the main connotation of a good farmer, and keep focusing on successful experiences. We are constantly focusing on successful experiences and drawing on useful nutrition through ongoing education and training of high-quality farmers. We can more effectively promote the development of rural industrials, generate good social and economic benefits, and promote the prosperity of agriculture, rural areas, and farmers. This is all I have to report. Thank you for your patience in listening.
Okay, thank you for the author's presentation. Because I always say the time is limited, so Ms. Zhang speak so quick. Now let's allow someone to ask one question. Is there anyone?
Yes, Professor Zhang. Thank you for your wonderful report, Ms. Zhang. There is a saying that the important issue lies in educating farmers, so your paper research is very meaningful. My question is how to improve the low willingness of Chinese farmers actively participating in education and training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think that effectively stimulate the farmers themselves to participate in the training of intrinsic motivation is a long-term solution, so as to improve the effectiveness of training, to let the farmers spontaneous, targeted, and motivated to learn in order to really learn in, so that is the most effective. There are my answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stop here for Ms. Zhang's presentation and answering. Next one, let's invite paper 1999. Is the author there? Or we can enjoy his or her presentation video? 放映。Mr. Hu.
Dear participants of the 7th International Conference of Artificial Intelligence, Medical Engineering, Education, I am glad to greet you. My name is Natalia Vozna. I am professor at the Department of Specialist Computer Systems in West Ukrainian National University and the University College of Applied Science in Chalm, Poland. I am going to present my work on assessing structural complexity, in particular, new approach to assessing structural complexity. The work is developed to solving a scientific problem of the development of the methodology for improvement of multifunctional computing devices structurals, which are the components of complex computer systems. Multifunctional data that are generated, transformed, transmitted, stored, processed, and used in modern distributed Internet of Things systems is defined. The use of this data simplifies the operations to be performed. New theoretical and applied bases of evolution and calculation criteria of structural complexity of the created and applied components of the complex distributed computed and cyber-physical systems are determined, and the existing ones are developed at allowed improving system characteristics of computerized system components and using them efficiency in cyber-physical systems due to the reduction of structural, hardware, and time complexity. My research work focuses on the development of the method of assessing the structural complexity and set of performance criteria, which is a completely new SUA topic in scientific literature. This approach makes it possible to solve the applied problems of comparing the structural complexity of different classes of data in order to improve their system characteristics, in particular, the time and hardware complexity of digital data generator structures, computing tools, algorithms, methods for multifunctional data encoding and converting. The purpose to research is to develop a method for assessing the structural complexity of multifunctional data. This makes it possible to optimize the system characteristics of data and structural solutions of hardware and software in complex computer systems. The essence of this concept of data structuring involves methods of data conversion into digital codes that ensure efficiency in such stages as processing, transmission, and storage. It's necessary to know the system structuring to better understand the role of information and use it effectively when operating. The highest level of information structuring is its singling out as a system for a particular item and associated subsystems. However, any system can be broken down to identify its indivisible units. Statement of the concept of solution to the problem of information processes structuring allows us to generalize the fundamental theory of structuring and systematize and scientific disciplines. This figure shows an example of such a systematization. This scheme shows the way of data generation and algorithmic mathematical data processing according to the task set, for example, pattern recognition, data compression, protection against unauthorized access and results of the problem solved, and others. Synthesis and analysis of distributed computer system structures and components requires a clear definition of the system of criteria on the basis of which the comparison and optimization of the system characteristics of the developed software and hardware is carried out. The most common are estimated of hardware and time complexity. In addition to the above, one more important criteria for assessing the perfection of architecture of components, devices, and multifunctional data is a criteria of structural complexity. We analyzed the well-known criteria of structural complexity for different types of data. General assessment of structural complexity of Petri nets. Quine's method of estimating the total number of inputs/outputs of the microelectronics structure. Structural complexity of the computing devices. Structural complexity of the algorithmic device of Cherkassky. According to the emergency assessment and structural complexity in the node of the matrix model of Martin. Structural complexity of connection of conditional FPGA of Glukhov. A general shortcoming of all considered criteria is that none of them can assess the structural complexity as a whole. This does not allow us to evaluate and optimize the system characteristics of the designed microelectronic components of computer system. That is why we prepare an additive criterion for assessing the structural complexity of the components structures, graphic images, and multifunctional data with extended functionality. The proposed criterion obtained on the basis of expert estimates in one of the elements of building ontological models in the system on intelligence data processing in organization and technical complex. Table 1 shows symbol attributes of multifunctional data, structural components, and expert estimates of the complexity coefficient alpha and the classified informative parameters. Such systematization of structural elements forms the basis of the methodology for estimating the structural complexity of logical elements and structures of microelectronics device in computer technologies. The logical element is most elementary component is computer technology. Therefore, the estimation of the structural complexity of any components of distributed computer systems is based on determining the structural complexity of the logical elements, taking into account the relationship between them. Based on the criteria 1 and the data in table 1, the structural complexity of the microelectronic components of the processor is estimated. The following tables show examples of estimating the structural complexity and informativity of various graphic images in electrical automatics and crystals of logical and microelectronic components. To sum up all said above, we should note that the proposed criteria of structural complexity is a weighted sum of structural characteristics and the informative characteristic of multifunctional data structures allow us to compare and improve the system characteristics, structural, hardware, and time complexities of the software and hardware being created which from multifunctional data. Since the method of assessing the structural data complexity is proposed for the first time, it is considered as a new one and needs further development and improvement. Today, it is still hard to say exactly how perfect is it. and it is also difficult to compare it with any other method. Therefore, the development of the theory of structuring multifunctional data needs further elaboration. Thank you for your attention.
Finished? Thank you.
Finish, yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
Could you please tell, in your presentation, one of the slides, maybe on the slide 7, there are given attributes of structural components and expert marks of the coefficient of complexity. How do you use such a systematization in practice?
Thank you for your question. This systematization of structural elements forms the basis of the methodology for estimating the structural complexity of logical elements and structures of microelectronic devices in computer technology. The logical element is the most elementary component in computer technology. Therefore, the estimation of the structural complexity of any component of distributed computer systems is based on determining the structural complexity of the logical elements, taking into account the relationship between them.
Thank you.
Okay. One more question. See. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
How do you excuse me, can I ask?
Okay. Thank you for your question. Thank you. You may ask.
Thank you. Natalia, how can we use your theory in planning and designing of IoT systems and devices?
Thank you for your question. The proposed method can be used to compare and optimize the characteristics of the computer system components. The most common in modern practice of analyzing the system characteristics of computers, which are the components of distributed computer system, are estimated of hardware and time complexity. The criteria of structural complexity allows us to take into account the relation between components in addition to hardware complexity. It's very important in the field of microprocessor technology.
Do I understand you well that you propose some numerical parameters that can be used to assess some complexity of circuits and their components? Is it correct?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because some special reason, the paper 2444 cannot present here. So let's welcome the next one, the author of paper 2502 to give us his speech, her speech. Welcome. Miss Li Yijing, please.
等待一下，好像在。
好。Okay, thank you, Miss Li.
You hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
No, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm honored to be invited to address here. My name is Li Ting. I come from Management School, Guangzhou City University of Technology. The topic of my paper is the application of OBE teaching mode in the innovation of management and accounting curriculum. I will introduce my paper in 4 sections. First, the introduction of my paper. Second, reconstruction of management and accounting teaching model. Third, the evaluation of teaching reform. Fourth, the conclusion of my paper. Firstly, the introduction. The management and accounting course is a comprehensive and interdisciplinary course. It can be characterized by integrating multiple disciplines, formulas, decisions, and knowledge points. Before the teaching reform, students feedback that the following learning obstacles. In terms of learning contents, chapter knowledge is distributed and sorted according to the theoretical system. But in students' learning way, it appears outbreaking and jumping knowledge, and the content between certain chapters seems to be unrelated. From the perspective of class schedule, students are struggling to grasp the lesson schedule within the teaching plan in terms of learning difficulty due to many formulas, methods, application scenarios, and dispersion. The learning difficulty is high. In terms of evaluation and assessment, the daily performance results are not transparent enough, and feedback cannot be tracked in real time. Secondly, reconstruction of management and accounting teaching mode. In the continuous improvement of teaching process, based on the student-centered and OBE teaching guide, a goal system based on 4 dimensions and 18 output points has been formed. The dimension of knowledge lets students to understand the basic concepts, familiarize themselves with basic principles, understand cutting-edge trends, and build a knowledge system. In terms of practical dimension, students need to master simulation experiments, observation records, theoretical calculations, decision-making, and predicting budgeting abilities. The dimension of seeking inspires students to form logical speculation, exploratory analysis, judgment, and selection, inductive summary, and deductive reasoning abilities. Cultural dimensions cultivates students' social responsibility, scientific attitude, legal awareness, and professional ethics. Before the restructuring of teaching content, it was basically taught according to the traditional academic classification, divided into 3 parts: fundamentals, decision-making accounting, and control accounting. Its main drawbacks are observed. Firstly, some foundations are introduced after application, and the knowledge points appeared scattered and numerous, lacking coherence. Secondly, the traditional manual calculation model is no longer suitable for the needs of social production, and the management and accounting can also use information platforms to improve the efficiency of prediction, decision-making, budgeting, analysis, assessment, and evaluation. Once again, the teaching content of management and accounting overlaps with that of financial management. Finally, the course content also lacks humanistic warmth. After the restructuring of the course content, a continuous teaching concept is adopted with the scenery throughout the course, and the main theme, supported by management and accounting automatic integration platform, guiding students to apply what they have learned, integrating knowledge and action, and stimulating students' enthusiasm and potential for autonomous learning. The organization of course content is based on the relevance of students' learning perspectives, rather than the relevance of knowledge system. The content with strong relevance during learning is explained together, while others are taught as the final thematic presentation. The arrangement of teaching sequence is based on the independence and difficulty level of the knowledge points during students' learning, rather than just the systematic nature of knowledge points. For teaching content with strong independence, it is also taught in the form of special topics at the end of terms. Taking a segment of class as an example, follow the route of BOPPS teaching method. Firstly, establish a structured online knowledge system in advance so that students can learn based on mobile learning terminals or MOOC platforms on computers. The teaching courseware is divided into teacher version and student version, and the student version is sent to students for preview in advance. In the period navigation, students can watch task videos and guide animations in advance, arousing their interest and giving them an understanding of the teaching objectives for the next class. At the beginning of a class, after a brief review of the previous lessons, warm up the classroom with cases, stories, news, questions, and videos, and then restate the intellectual and technical goals, while the emotional goals are imparted silently using subtle methods. The materials for the Cultural of Management and Accounting course can be combined with story cases, legal events, disciplinary development history, professional anniversaries, philosophy, professional ethics, and famous quotes. Thirdly, the evaluation of teaching reform. The multiple dimensional evaluation mode includes online personal terminal attendance, 5%, course participation, 15%, scenario case grouping activities, 13%, in-class exercises and online assignments, 20%, final evaluation, 13%. The process evaluation adopts an information-based real-time feedback mode, which provides positive, continuous, frequent, and timely feedback to students through qualitative and descriptive evaluation and quantitative ratings. This helps students establish a more objective and comprehensive understanding of themselves, promotes further personalized development, and achieves the goal of cultivating spontaneous learning habits, serving lifelong learning and sustainable development. After education reform, students' learning interest has significantly increased. Learning difficulty has significantly decreased. Knowledge is closely related, and the transition is natural. The comprehensive course of the course based on research also increases from the original 93 to over 98 points. At last, its conclusion. Through the course innovation, the teaching sequence of content has been restructured with the addition of maker cases as the principal 9, and the introduction of information technology models instead of manual calculation modes, implicitly infiltrating ideological and political elements. Four-dimensional diffusion is adopted to achieve the goal of multi-point resonance and all-around interactive learning. From the perspective of evaluation, the process evaluation based on the real-time feedback mode of informatization should be implemented throughout the entire teaching. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. There are some questions for this speech.
Yeah, I have a question, Ms. Lee. I'm interested in the cultural design in your management accounting course. Could you illustrate it with examples?
That's a good question. I'd like to illustrate it by some examples. For instance, the study of sunk cost and out-of-pocket cost inspires students to establish a forward-looking mindset to pursue new life and not dwell on past failures or setbacks. Instead, they should use future goals to guide their current life and achieve positive progress. As another example, The study of business decision-making helps students to realize that there are thousands of paths in life, and each decision will produce different results. We have chosen one of the branches to gain related benefits while taking risks at the same level. We must be judgmental, adventurous, and to achieve our goals. Well, I hope it's a satisfactory answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Thank you.
Okay. There's limited time, so we will welcome next one. The author of 2446 will give a speech. Okay, I will show the speech video.
Congratulations to everyone. I would like to present to you a report on multiple testing as a way to optimize queries. Authors: Natalia Kristinets, Katerina Melnik, Svetlana Lavrenchuk, Oksana Miskevich, Sergei Kostyuchko. Web development projects typically involve integration with a large number of external services, forms, and systems in today's digital world. The operation of web applications in practice is often accompanied by data parsing to obtain, analyze, and process information. Commercial websites, new portals, social media platforms, blogs, forms, transportation websites, and more are just a few examples of areas where processing of a large number of requests is taken into account. From a review of literary sources,
张老师那边能听得清楚吗？
of improving in the operation
我的电脑上没声音，
in many work,
但是
authors
旁边一台电脑有，我完全听不到。
the effect
能够听得见还是听不见？
server
你那听得到吗？
using a load balancing system to manage a large number of requests. 6 servers and 3 load balancing algorithms were proposed. The authors archived a high response speed and stability of response time, but the implementation of this method requires expensive equipment, additional servers. Asynchronicity is one way to optimize the handling of multiple database queries in web development. The use of the queues in the Laravel framework allows efficient management of execute heavy or long operation in the background. This improves the performance of the web application and enhances the user experience. Queues in Laravel operate based on the producing consumer concept. This allows adding job to the queue and then asynchronously execution them using worked. Worker check the queue for pending tasks and perform them in the background. The tasks are implemented following the scheme. The job implementation mechanism is possible in the background job and non-background and synchronous job mode. The difference between them is schematically presented in figure of side. In the background mode, figure A, tasks are performed asynchronously and run separately from the main web process, with the support of various drivers. In non-background mode, figure B, tasks are performed synchronously, which means that they are performed directly in the context of a web request. Parsing of a well-known online store with tens of thousands of products was perioded, and the products were periodically updated and changed. Background tasks were running to update the goods. The update process was started every night at 2 o'clock. Initially, the application processed only on job for each time period, and in this mode, updating 13,000 products took too long. Ще раз. Background tasks were running to update the goods. The update process was started every night at 2 o'clock. Initially, the application processed only on job for each time period, and in this mode, updating 13,000 products took too long. Analytical data of request processing was analyzed. Average indicators were calculated according to tabular data, and as a result of calculations, the graphics representations of traffic has the following form. As can be seen from figure A, about 13,000 requests were processed in 3 days. And the time of complete processing was about 10 hours. Then duration of the request, figure B, is from 2 to 3 seconds. Such a process is quite slow and need improvement for the efficiency in development application. Therefore, for an ideal solution, it was worth writing the site library with a high number of products in PHP, or in a case of not fully using the functionality, such as only updating prices, availability of goods and some categories, solve the issue by contacting the IP of all development using the job class. Figure of slide. As a result of such planning, the update time was reduced from 10 to 4 hours, which is significant positive indication. Now, when the process was started at 2 in the morning, it was completed by 6 in the morning, figure A. At the same time, the average request time is significantly reduced, figure B, from 1900 milliseconds to 1450 milliseconds. Reducing the update time has advantages, especially for an online store where the timelines of information is important. Conclusion. This report solved the problem of long data processing in the process of parsing a web application. The initial data of processing 40,000 requests with a request duration of 2 to 3 seconds showed, and the factory result of contacting the server, the request processing time lasted for 10 hours. This indicated a rather slow process that needed improvement. As a result of the study, multiprocessing was applied to the original dataset using a proposed methodology using the specified tools. 6 experiments were conducted during February to March 2023. They were defined as follows. The original data set in the form of requests to the server was launched at fixed time to 2 o'clock. For this experiment, the data was processed by the supervisor using the data caching method. As a result, for the programming element of the system, 5 jobs simultaneously participate in process of requests. This significantly reduced the processing time of requests from 10 to 4 hours. Thank you for attention.
Okay. I think if you have any question and need to be discussed with the author, you can do so through email. There is an email address for each speaker on the program table. Thank you for your listening. Now, let's welcome the next one, the author of paper 2373. Ms. Jiang, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction, Kathy. And I will show my screen. Sorry.
Share your slide.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do that, but there is some problem with my computer.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Can you see that? No?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
不要急，慢慢来。不要急，慢慢来。
Okay. Maybe you can go to the next one and I will fix the computer problem and come back later. Okay.
好，让那个外国人讲，他在可能在。
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry for that.
1449.
So we changed the term that let's welcome the speaker of paper 2449. 2449. Is the author there? Welcome you.
Can you see my? Oh, okay.
Okay, it's okay now. Oh, let's go back to the human order. Now, still 2373. Welcome, Miss Jiang from Macau, China.
Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is my topic. And the topic I present today is a pure legal study. So unlike many other speakers, this is maybe a little different, but the logic is very simple. It's just raise the question, analyze it, and then give some countermeasures to that. And the topic is the challenges and countermeasures of ChatGPT type generative artificial intelligence on information subjects' right to know. And I'm the speaker, Jasmine Jiang. And the outline, just as I mentioned, is follow the logic of raise the question, analyze it, and give the possible countermeasures. So the story all starts with the launch of ChatGPT. I believe you guys are very familiar with that. The launch of the new content generating artificial intelligence tools represented by ChatGPT has been greatly recognized by the market since its public test on November 13, 2022, and it has sparked global attention. And people are very interested, and it attracts attention from all over the world since it is a public tool based on the GPT language model technology, which is developed by the OpenAI company. And it is a large language model, a machine learning system that autonomously learns from data and can produce sophisticated and similarly intelligent writing after training on a massive data set of text. At first, people are very excited, but after the initial buzz, people began to calm down and start to worry. They are worried about there may be some adverse effects brought about by this new technology. And among them, the safety of personal information has been mentioned a lot. If you see the articles related with that, many academics, they mention about the security of personal information. And that makes me wonder why people are so worried about that. So I start to doing some research about that. And after the reading and thinking, I think there are mainly two reasons. And the first one is the lack of clarity and the black box algorithm. But I also find that there are many technologies, it also have these features. But why people are worried about that? They are just worried so much about ChatGPT, and so much data security authorities are very concerned about that. And I think that the other reason may be more important is that the training of those LLM, they cost for a massive amount of data. The amount of data can be beyond our imagination. So people are really worried because they don't know whether those data contains any information related with themselves. So to conclude, I think if it's the main legal issue behind people's concerns is that the lack of clarity, the black box algorithm, plus the massive data, they are actually infringe of people's right to know. And what is people's right to know? The right to know actually is a very fundamental right of information subject that underpins privacy and information protection laws in many countries. It gives individuals that the right to know what personal data is being collected about them and how those data is being used. So I chose the legal context of China and the European Union based on the GDPR. According to Chinese law, the Article 44 of the Personal Information Protection Law of the People's Republic of China, individuals have the right to know about the processing of their personal information. And this right includes being informed prior to the processing of their personal information, requesting that the personal information processor, in this context, the ChatGPT and the other general artificial intelligence, they need to disclose their processing rules, and people have the right to access, copy, and consult. In GDPR, there are similar requirements. As the General Data Protection Regulation of the European Union, individuals have the right to know if personal data is collected, used, or otherwise processed as well as to be informed of the risks, safeguards, and their rights regarding the processing required by the transparency principle. And actually the right to know is enshrined in the Articles 13 and 14 of GDPR. Article 13 contains the data that directly collected from individual, and Article 14 is the data collected from other sources. But both articles outline the information that must be provided to the data subject. And so in conclude, both in China's PIPL and in European Union's GDPR, the right to know is enshrined in the legal requirements. So let's go back to ChatGPT. How does it, give the challenges on the right to know? So to analyze from process to process, I think there are main two challenges. First is on the people don't know what personal information is being collected, which is mainly happened in the pre-training process. Because in the pre-training process, ChatGPT needs a large amount of data, but the data source of that comes a very diverse range of sources. According to the answers given by ChatGPT, it including books, articles, websites, and other forms of text on the internet. But because of the non-transparency and black box algorithm, the features that we discussed above, it is very difficult to verify all the sources of training data. In other words, it's impossible for data subject to identify whether their data has been connected. So the risk of privacy and personal information leakage remains high, according to the legal academics. This is the first challenge. And the second challenge may basically on the process in the people or human-computer interaction process. And in this process, people don't know how their personal information is actually being connected and used. Because when conversing with have conversations with the machines, people are actually often more forthcoming about their personal details, but many of them still not aware that the information they put are actually will be used for further training for ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence. But things have changed after the Italian data authorities have given a ban to ChatGPT. Some things have changed. I will talk about that later. But the challenges, was real. So that is basically the two challenges into process. And then we move to the solving parts, how to encounter with those difficulties. What should we do? So there I give some or propose some possible countermeasures to that. But the general principle behind that is to make a balance, to strike a balance between protecting citizens' fundamental rights and promoting the development of science and technology. It is essential to emphasize the collaborative efforts. It is not an effort of any single side. It has to be a collaborative efforts and set up a conducive ecosystem for the harmonious development of the new technology. And to be more specific, the first possible countermeasure, the safeguarding path on the right to know what personal data is being collected, could be the use of synthetic data and the public data pool. So what is a synthetic data? I think you guys are maybe more familiar with that than me. Synthetic data is created using a model trained to replicate the characteristics and structure of the original data, but it results in an artificial data. So the data does not conclude any personal information, but it can yield similar results when subject to the same statistical analysis. So articles of those research and the academic scholars think there have been some assumption among researchers that the synthetic data, as it is not obtained from real-world personally identifiable information, it is exempt from any privacy-related issues. So that is the technological counterpart. Besides that, setting up a public data tool may also be very useful, since the public data pool can reduce the cost for training, the improvement in the quality of AI models, and maybe the bias can be reduced, and above all, the public data pool can address data privacy concern by reducing the need for connecting and store large amounts of sensitive data. The risk of data breaches or misuses can be minimized. Those are the technological rules or countermeasures. And as for the second challenge, the safeguarding pace on the right to know in how personal information is being used. We think that because the Italian Data Protection Authority has gave some suggestions and bans to the ChatGPT, there are some improvements prior to user interactions. Now there is a hovering dialog box appears in the chat interface, advising user not to share sensitive information with it. That is a major breakthrough. But there are still some further suggestions. Maybe we need a prominent positioned notification box in the chat interface for an extended duration to remind users that the information they put will be incorporated into the database for further model training. And the notification text, according to PIPL and GDPR, it should be sufficiently large in an attention-grabbing font and color. And as for the legal solution, it should not go first, but we still need a legal solution for that. Addressing the issue of personal information protection from AIGC can be accomplished at the national level by reinforcing the regulatory process throughout the entire chain, which includes pre-input compliance assessment for AI system like ChatGPT, and implementing a hierarchical market access list system. Furthermore, improving the mechanism for addressing complaints. That's to sum up. With the non-transparent feature and black box algorithm of the new technology, the information subjects are not aware of what information of them will be connected and how the content inputted will be processed when using such AI tools. So this paper is attempt to analyze and clarify the impact of ChatGPT type generative AI on information subjects' right to know and propose some possible countermeasures. It is recommended to apply technological tools prior to legal measure in tackling with the risk and the challenges of ChatGPT and the similar generative artificial intelligence. But since the AIGC is still a novelty and the related research is still in its very preliminary stages, so how to balance the technological development and the personal information rights protection still remain an important issue for further study. So that is all my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Okay, thank you. I think the paper discussed is the issue with obvious characteristics of the time. So anyone, you have a question, you can raise your hand. Okay, I see. Please. Yuan,
thank you for your presentation. I have a question. Recently, I found I was looking for some information, biographical information about Clapeyron and Lavoisier using ChatGPT. And he and this chat delivered me some information about them, which was not true. For instance, it came up with the daughter of Clapeyron and even invented some scientific papers for her. So can this be the consequence of some regulations for personal data safeguarding, or it's just was some mistake of some algorithm of the ChatGPT?
Yeah. Actually, the things you mentioned, that is really a big issue, since the ChatGPT can sometimes, to generate some false information. And I think many of us has encountered that when you want the ChatGPT to give you some citations or some recommended articles, it seems that it gives the real articles, but if you look into the internet, you cannot find that. It's all faked. That is one important concerns, the fake news, the fake outcomes, and that comes from ChatGPT. Yes, and I think that still needs some further study about that. Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Yuanyu Li, I just asked your name, please.
Thank you.
Question. Faced with the challenges on our personal information security brought by this new technology, what do you think we ordinary people should do?
Oh, yes. Thank you for your question. For our ordinary people, I think it is very important to develop what an ability that is raised by Professor Yu, that we need to develop our digital literacy in this area of a very rapid and dazzling development of technology. To be more specific, when in the field of personal information protection, even if it is difficult to have professional knowledge or sufficient time to read and understand the privacy terms, but for our common people, when the enterprises has taken some, take some measures to enhance forms of notification, such as they gave some pop-up windows that hovering for a long time to remind you that please do not send sensitive information to me. I will use your sensitive information. If they do that, I think it is for our ordinary people, we still have the, the necessary duty of care when we encounter or have a conversation with those technologies. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, that's great. Okay, stop here for this paper. Thank you. And now we'd like to invite the paper 2449. The author give their presentation. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes. We can see. You can begin your speech.
Firstly, I want to mention that the research was conducted by 3 authors, Alison Elliott, Rosa Shapira, and Richard Smith. And as a young researcher, today I will present our research. Our research is about modernization of e-commerce and logistics platforms of enterprises based on artificial intelligence and technology. And the content is about 5 sections: application of latest ICT and AI technologies in e-commerce and supply chain operation section. The second part is prospect of application of artificial intelligence technology in e-commerce and logistics systems, a conceptual model of intellectualization of e-commerce systems, improvement of e-commerce systems based on single model principle with application of artificial intelligence, and conclusion. And in our research, firstly, we looked at transforming the landscape of e-commerce and supply chain optimization through the lens of information and communication technologies, which is powered by artificial intelligence. And as well, today there is too much demand e-commerce, and this demand could be relieved that in e-commerce systems, massive amount of data is generated, and it needs to be large-scale processing. And growing demand for data protection drives development of cloud-based data centers. And as we navigate the complex world of e-commerce, it becomes evident that customer satisfaction hinges on logistic performance, and as the delays and inefficiencies in supply chain can lead to satisfaction and loss. That's why supply chain management, if we integrate supply chain management with AI and any other technologies, it can be seamlessly integrating suppliers, manufacturing, distributors, and consumers. And that's why in efficiency and customer experience. In the era of modern logistics influenced by e-commerce, operational flexibility and technological advancement take center stage, and the Internet of Things emerged as a game changer in the e-commerce logistics. By creating a unified infrastructure connecting all organizational elements, IoT enables real-time tracking of product movement from manufacturing to delivery, and that follows ensuring transparency and minimizing potential threats. Effective products with special IoTs empowers consumers to dynamically monitor their parcels, while automation at delivery points reduces errors, ensuring a seamless and efficient e-commerce experience. And if we look at AI and e-commerce logistics topic, in our contemporary landscape, AI emerged as a pivotal force driving innovation and efficiency across businesses. Its integration, particularly when coupled with IoT technology, unlocks the potential for intelligent analysis of extensive data sets sourced from diverse sensors and channels. And key AI methodologies such as machine learning and deep learning empower systems with human-like capabilities, improving decision-making and problem-solving in logistic platforms. Sorry. If we look at AI application in the logistic operation, we look at two aspects this topic: demand forecasting and inventory management, and real-time optimization. If we look at demand forecasting, AI's progress lies in the intellectual analysis of specific reports, market trends, and social media dynamics. This empowers supply chain management systems to accurately predict market demand and manage inventory optimally, ensuring the constant availability of high-demand goods while avoiding unnecessary warehouse loading. And if we look at second aspect, real-time route optimization, taking into account factors such as road condition, weather, and vehicle capacity, this approach enhances efficiency, reduces transportation costs, and adapts to real-time conditions while increasing customer satisfaction. And if we look at supply management and equipment optimization and maintenance forecasting, through intelligent assessment of supplier service quality and trend analysis, AI identifies reliable suppliers and predict potential disruptions. This proactive approach allows for risk prevention, relationship enhancement, and directional transfers to suppliers. And in the other hand, if AI takes center stage in monitoring the performance of logistics equipment, through the application of machine learning algorithms, it predicts potential technical failures and maintenance needs. This not only minimizes unexpected downtime due to technical failure, but also enhances equipment reliability and optimizes maintenance costs. And as we mentioned before, rapid technological advancement in e-commerce and logistics paved the way for intellectualization of traditional systems. And so these technologies such as big data, cloud computing, IoT, and artificial intelligence shapes the modern e-commerce models with heightened operational efficiency and intelligent decision-making capabilities. That's why, as we hear, the six-level architecture of intelligent e-commerce systems is provided in our research. The conceptual model envisions a six-level architecture for intelligent e-commerce systems, illustrating the flow of data starting at level 1, with data collection from diverse subsystems and sources. It progresses through data transfer, storage, and management in the cloud. Utilizing various communication modes, the model ensures structured, semi-structured, and unstructured data are processed for insightful decision making. Then, the intellectual e-commerce model strives a unified flow, integrating traditional systems with cloud computing, IoT, and big data. Through reverse calls to skills, captures knowledge, facilitates real-time decision-making by human specialists, robots, and equipment, and supervises the implementation process, creating the dynamic feedback. This model supports diverse interactions and enables real-time data analysis, transforming e-commerce decision-making based on knowledge. And in our research, we also mentioned and give some prediction about the application of the latest achievements and trends in the ICT sphere. Thus, in modern e-commerce and logistics systems, within the framework of artificial intelligence technology, ChatGPT, a new language model, can be effectively applied to improve customer support and the experience providing personalized information and help in product search and selection. The last section of our research, we talked about single window e-commerce model, which involves the creation of single platform, not only for customers, but also sellers, suppliers, that integrates various e-commerce services. Artificial intelligence can be applied in several directions. The improvement of e-commerce systems based on single windows, such as a seamless customer experience, intelligent search capabilities, customer support, demand forecasting, fraud detection, and security. And as a conclusion, we say that the accelerating digital transformation necessitates the integration of artificial intelligence with modern technologies in commerce and logistics, fostering a comprehensive service platform with automatic capabilities, cost reduction, and enhanced service quality. The wide application of artificial intelligence technologies is critical for the sustainable development of e-commerce and logistics platforms, stimulating the decision and implementation of Industry 4.0 related ICT advancement. And the concept structure model presented outlines a 6-level architecture for intelligent e-commerce systems, including data flow and processing, providing benefit for the modernization of enterprise commerce and logistics platforms. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Has anyone asked question? Welcome. If no one wants to ask a question now, please contact the author with the email. The program book has email address. Okay, let's start here. Welcome the next one, the paper 2326. Miss Zheng, it's your turn.
Okay, let me share the screen first.
Okay.
So can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, professors, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be able to attend the conference and present my research. This is Zheng Zhilan. I'm from Hunan City University. The title of my research is multi-interactive college English teaching under the network-based multimedia environment. There are 5 parts in my presentation. First, let's begin with the introduction of the research. The fast-evolving internet technology in the past decades have significantly boosted the efficiency and initiative of work and study. The reorganization of the education system and the redistribution of resources accelerates the integration and sharing of education resources so that education is moving toward a more diversified and scientific direction. College English is a compulsory course for non-English majors in universities in China. Influenced by the nationwide reform of college English course, EFL teachers are encountered with great challenges because of shortened teaching time, yet increased requirements. Solely relying on classroom teaching and learning is far from achieving the desired learning effect. Multi-interactive teaching approach advocates effective interaction between different elements under the background of network multimedia. This research designs a mode of multi-interactive college English teaching under the network-based multimedia environment and verifies its teaching effects in practice in order to provide a reference for English teaching and learning at universities. The second part is the literature review. Multi-interactive teaching method originated from interaction theory, the core of which is the interaction hypothesis, which means that when difficulty occurs in communication, both sides of communication must conduct a mini negotiation so that the input can be understandable and language acquisition is achieved. Interaction theory has been continuously updated and developed in the long-term research, laying a solid foundation for multidimensional interactions. Multi-interactive teaching refers to a series of teaching activities where various elements interact with each other to encourage students to actively participate in learning and achieve high-quality learning results. Multi-interactive teaching theory basis mainly includes constructivist learning theory, situated cognition theory, metacognitive learning strategy theory. Compared with the traditional teaching method, the multi-interactive teaching method has the following characteristics: the integration of teaching elements, the openness of teaching environments, diversity of teaching forms, multiple levels of interaction, equality of teacher-student relationship, diversity of assessment system. The third part is methodology. This study adopted quantitative research. The quantitative data were obtained from pre-test and post-test of English language proficiency in listening, reading, writing, and translation, and a questionnaire survey on students' motivation. The samples were 88 second-year non-English major students from 2 different faculties in the university in Hunan, China. The samples were chosen as intact groups. Each group consisted of 44 students. The overall English proficiency of the students from the experiment group and the control group were almost similar as indicated by the English proficiency test conducted prior to instruction. The control group adopted the conventional teacher-centered way, while the experiment group employed a multi-interactive teaching mode. So now let's move to the results of the research. The results from the independent t-test display that there was significant difference in English proficiency, and the paired sample t-test results show that the significant difference in motivation between the 2 groups after the experiment. Significant difference can be found between 2 groups in listening, reading, translation, but difference in students' writing performance is not significant after the experiment. The above findings show that the multi-interactive teaching model has a positive impact on students' English proficiency in listening, reading, and translation, which are inconsistent with some researchers' study that multi-interactive teaching method allowed each student to experience the interactive process of information search, interpretation, evaluation, which was a kind of learning in itself. It was understandable there was no significant difference in students' writing ability after 14 weeks interactive teaching because it was challenging for students to make rapid progress in writing without a great deal of time and energy. The questionnaire survey showed that in multi-interactive learning environments, students' learning motivation had been
significantly improved inside and outside the classroom. The interaction went through the whole teaching process, which made students study in a state of being emotionally and mentally at peace. Teaching tasks combining individuality and integrity makes teaching process more dynamic, evaluation more accurate and objective, learning more autonomous, thereby mobilizing students' enthusiasm. So now finally, let's talk about the conclusion. The research shows that multi-interactive teaching method on the network-based multimedia environment has a positive impact on students' English proficiency and their learning motivation. The study was carried out in a university in China, lasting about 3 months. Taking the advantage of information network technology, it designed a multi-interactive teaching mode and applied it into college English class in hope of improving students' English language proficiency. The results of the research show that this teaching model has a positive impact. While adopting the multi-interactive approach under the network-based multimedia environment, English as a foreign language teachers need to establish teaching objectives and specific requirements according to specific situations. To be specific, it is suggested that the teachers consider the following principles. Collaboration needs to be fully valued. The second one is that evaluation needs to be fully valued. The research is not without its shortcomings. First, the research objects of the study only involves 88 students from 2 faculties. To make the study more generalized, future studies should involve more students from more faculties such as medical, arts, English, and second, the experiment only lasted 1 semester, about 3 months, for comprehensive course conveying listening, speaking, reading, writing, and translation. It is recommended that the future experimental research period be appropriately extended so as to reveal more about the changes in students' learning attitudes, concepts, and language skills. Third, due to the small proportion of speaking in actual college English class in China, students' speaking ability has not been investigated in the research. As an important element of learners' communicative competence, it is suggested that the development of students' speaking ability be studied by researchers in future. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zheng. Any other else who want to ask question? Please show me. Okay, Xu Ziming. Okay.
I have a question. What you are discussing is the diverse interactive teaching of college English in the online multimedia environment. It can be seen that data collection is an important task. And my question is, how can we ensure that there is no data corruption? If there is a problem with the data, is there a corresponding solution?
Okay, thank you for your good question. During the whole research, I did my utmost to avoid data corruption. So I will try to control the validity first. All the lecturers participating in the research have more than 10 years teaching experience, and the teaching materials from the 2 groups, the experimental group and the control groups, are also similar during the intervention. And finally, to avoid biasness prior to the intervention, the researcher makes sure that the students from both groups have almost similar proficiency in English. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's welcome the next one. The next one is the author of paper 2451. The topic is about artificial intelligence. Let's welcome the author to give us presentation.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, here.
Yes, let me show
Welcome.
you my screen. Yes.
Okay. Okay. It's shown
Can
now.
you can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
You can see.
Okay. Today I'm going to speak about management problems of information support, technical and economic systems based on artificial intelligence technologies. Authors Alasset Aliyev, Rosa Shahridia, and me. I'm a new researcher, and that's why I'm going to present this presentation to you. Now now you see the content of my paper. The content of my papers consists from 6 sections, as you see, and I'm going to speak about this, give deep information. Yes. In the era of modern digital transformation, the construction of technical and economic systems, including the information support of innovative industrial production enterprises based on artificial intelligence technologies, and their effective management based on modern digital technologies are considered actual issues. AI technologies are increasingly applied in many aspects of the active operation of technical and economic systems and create new opportunities for increasing its effective operation. Effective management of information support of technical and economic systems based on artificial intelligence technologies is of particular importance for decision-making, research allocation, and general activity. And now let's speak about some relevant related scientific research works and the state of problem of my paper. Despite of the importance of developing effective information management based on artificial intelligence technologies, this area has not yet been developed to the required level. Therefore, the existing theoretical and practical aspects of these problems of effective management of technical and economic systems of various purposes, including the information support of innovative enterprises based on artificial intelligence technologies, should be studied more. It's necessary to study the processing aspects and semantic content of existing concepts in that field, as well as to examine the perspectives and limitations of the transition of production and consumption to a new management shape. Now let's speak about the functional aspects of information support of technical and economic systems. Here I add the list of functional aspects. The first one, data collection and management. As you know, for collecting and managing relevant data, so important in this area. Information exchange and cooperation in innovative industrial enterprises require effective information exchange and collaboration platforms. If it is infrastructure, it's a basis of information supports infrastructure. As you know, electronic government services, e-government services, also very important thing in this area. Business intelligence and analytics. This infrastructure consists of the relevant mechanisms, tools, technologies for business intelligence and analytics. Cybersecurity and data privacy. It's also the cybersecurity and data privacy measures, increasing skills and cooperation of interested parties. It's a final one. And here I add some most functional development trends, which one related to the application of artificial intelligence. To this functional trends include research and development, diagnostic and medical processes, finance and banking, logistic management and routing, production systems and robotics, customer services, smart cities, and social impact. And now you can see in your screen the digital technologies. which one collect in an industry 4.0, and which one implement in a technical economic systems and innovative enterprises. Here you can see the big data and analytics, artificial intelligence and cyber physical systems, cloud fault technologies, the Internet of Things, in autonomous vehicles and robots, smart manufacturing, blockchain and network security, augmented virtual reality, and finally digital twin technology. And here you can see the model. The architectural, technological, conceptual, organizational structure model based on application of artificial intelligence technology of the information support systems, technical economic systems, and innovation enterprises. In left part, you can see equipment technology and networking infrastructure, then data and databases, data analysis and machine learning. In a right part, you can see software and applications, data integration and transformation, process optimization, automation, and decision support systems. In a lower part of my model, you can see the data analytics and reporting, distribution of information, visualization of information support, cybersecurity and privacy, integration with external systems. They are all the elements of my model, which one based of artificial intelligence technologies for information support system in innovative enterprises. And then here the directions for improving sustainable activity of technical and economic systems and enterprises in of the transfer of digital innovations. First of all, we can say that AI can help businesses use less energy by making it work smarter. Then computers can learn about what customers like and what's popular, so company can design better products. AI is helping us manage trash better by using computers to figure out where it goes. Computers can look at data and figure out the best way to pick up trash and recycle it. Companies can use AI to make their supply chains better by sending things in the best way and using less packaging and using less stuff. AI can help companies design products that are good for the environment by using computers to find the best materials and make products that don't hurt the planet, damage the planet. Computers can help companies see how they affect the environment and tell them how to make it better. And also they can use pictures from space sensors to help companies now what's happening right now. AI can help companies use things again and again instead of throwing them away. And here you can see the level of importance and the list of digital technologies, which one applied in a technical economic systems and innovative enterprises. Here you can see 15 digital technologies and their rating list, also the significance indexes. Here you can see industrial robots, artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital prototyping, sensor, and etc. All these digital technologies nowadays used in innovative enterprises, and it's so important in this field. And in a conclusion, in a final, we can say that using smart technology like AI, business can monitor data in a real time, predict when machines need fixing, automate tasks, and make their supply chains work better. This helps them make products of better quality and tailor them to what customers want. They can also use AI to manage resources smarter, like using energy better and make less waste. When businesses use AI in their operation, they can make things run smoother, make customers happier, and also make less of mess on the planet. This means they use fewer resources, make less waste, and help keep the environment healthy. By doing all this, they make sure things work better and help create a world that can last longer. The ways all these parts work together can be thought of as a better way to organize how businesses get support for what they do. This not only helps the businesses themselves, but also provides a model for other companies to follow and find solutions for their own problems. Looking at how AI helps businesses can also be a way to understand how well other businesses are doing well. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Anyone? Any question? Welcome. If you don't ask question here, you can discuss the issues by email. Okay. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is the author of paper 2465. Okay. Miss Lee.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lily. I'm from School of Logistics, Wuhan Technology and Business University. The title of my paper is Empirical Study on the Influencing Factors of Satisfaction of Logistics Service Quality of Cross-Border Import E-commerce based on Carlo model. I will introduce my paper from 5 sections. The first, introduction. Some scholars have studied the influencing factors of cross-border service satisfaction based on SQL and LSQ models. As can be seen from the above literature, there are many factors affecting the satisfaction of cross-border logistic service. It is not easy to classify them based on SQL and or LSQ models. Different scholars summarize different dimensions and indicators, and the importance of dimensions and indicators obtained through empirical studies is also different. Based on the reality of cross-border e-commerce, logistics, and the Carlo model, this paper evaluates cross-border logistics service from 3 dimensions: basic service quality, value-added service quality, and supply chain service quality. Basic service include the accuracy and the integrity of goods in the LSQ model. Value-added service indicate error processing and the timing in the SLQ model. And supply chain service include the modes of importing the goods, supply, channels, and etc. In addition, this paper also quantitatively studies the influence of different import logistic modes on customer satisfaction. Second part, research hypothesis and model construction. H1, the quality of cross-border e-commerce logistic service has a significant positive impact on customer satisfaction. H2, basic service quality has a significant positive impact on customer satisfaction. H3, the quality of value-added service has a significant positive impact on customer satisfaction. H4, supply chain service quality has a significant positive impact on customer satisfaction. Based on the above assumption, a theoretical model of cross-border e-commerce logistics service satisfaction is constructed, as shown in Figure 1. The third part, questionnaire design survey. The main body of the questionnaire is made of the 4 dimensions of the theoretical model and 5-level Likert scales of 13 question items, as shown in Table 1. Descriptive statistic analysis of the above sample background information is shown in Table 2. Each item is reasonable and representative. Fourth part, empirical results. The co-batch alpha coefficient are all greater than 0.9. indicate the high reliability quality of data. Validity is verified using KMO and Bartlett test, and the KMO value is 0.945 and the p-value is 0.0, indicate that the data are suitable for extracting factor information with good validity. CFA analysis is performed for the above 4 factors and 13 analysis items. The effective sample size is 204, 10 times beyond the number of analyzed items with a moderate sample size. The absolute value of the standardized load system indicating a good measurement of relationship between the latent and dominant variables. The AVE values means that the data has good aggregation validity. The AVE square root values of the 4 factors also implying good discriminatory validity. Hypothesis test. As can be shown from Table 3, the 3 dimensions of logistics service quality of cross-border e-commerce all have a significant positive impact on satisfaction. That is, H2, H3, and H4 are all established. The second order pass coefficient is shown in Table 4, which can be seen that logistics service quality has a significant positive impact on satisfaction, and the pass coefficient is 0.951. That is, H1 is also established. The last part, conclusions. The 3 dimensions of logistics service quality of cross-border e-commerce has a significant positive impact on satisfaction, among which supply chain service has the greatest impact, followed by basic service and value-added service. In general, customers are satisfied with various import logistic modes, and the satisfaction evaluation is above 3.5 points. Since the bonded warehouse mode has been implemented for many years, customers more accept and love it, and the satisfaction of logistics service under this mode is also higher. It is worth noting that there is no significant difference in the supply chain under different import logistic modes. Generally speaking, the quality of the supply chain service delivered from overseas and overseas warehouse should be better because they can provide personalized purchasing and delivery service to customers. The non-significant difference result may be due to the limitation of sample data and the randomness of sample survey. In future studies, questionnaires should combine online and offline face-to-face communication with customers and improve the scientificity of the scale, and expand the scope of sample collection to make more samples for each option to obtain more representative data. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Lee, for her wonderful speech. Is anyone? Okay, I saw that one raised your hand. So E, please ask your question.
Professor Lee, I'd like to raise a question that can you explain something about the geographical distribution of respondents to your questionnaire?
Ms. Lee, did you hear?
Okay. Thank you for your question. Most of the responders were located in Hubei and the Guangdong province. Anyway, I'll try to explain the scale of questionnaire collection to make more samples from all over the country. Okay, thank you for your suggestion. Thanks again. That's all.
Okay, start here for this week. Next
张教授，您那里没有声音，您没开麦。
Sorry, I say it again. I keep silence before. So maybe some special reason we cannot find the paper 2452. The author is there. The author 2452 there. If not, let's invite next speaker. The author of paper 2415, 2415. Ms. Pang Xuefei, give your speech, please. Ms. Pang, there? I've been told that there are special reasons. So the author of 2452 cannot arrive here to give his or her speech. So let's go to the next one. I'd like to ask Ms. Pang, 2415, is there? We have to change the schedule. Are you there? It's not her turn now. So what can I do? Dr. Hu?
再问一下那个25啊，他在
So
25啊。
I continue to ask the paper 2456 there.
Irina.
So I've been told that Miss Pang still in her class to give lecture to her students now. So we have to postpone his speech. So which one is there now? Is Xu Sheng there?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, Xu Sheng.
Can you hear me?
Xu Sheng is the author of paper 2473. 2473. Welcome you to give us your speech. Thank you.
Okay.
有个没下课，没来。
可以看到吗？
可以听到，可以听到，可以看见，好像有点回声。
Okay, you can begin.
Hello everyone, my name is Xu Sheng. I come from School of Transportation and Logistics Engineering, Wuhan University of Technology. My paper's title is Reform of Ideological and Political Education in Expert and Expert Mixture Experimental Course. I will introduce my paper in 4 sections. The first, the introduction of my paper. General Secretary Xi Jinping points out that the foundation of establishing a university lies in cultivating morality and cultivating talent, comprehensively promoting the ideological construction of courses is a strategical measure to implement the fundamental task of cultivating morality and cultivating talent. Various courses and ideological courses run in the same direction, forming a synergistic effect and constructing a pattern of educating people from all aspects throughout the entire process. Expert and expert mixture testing is a professional basic course for students majoring in transportation engineering, mainly studying the composition, performance testing, and the application of expert payment materials. By mastering the technical characteristics, indicators, and evaluation methods of expert payment materials, practical engineering problems can be solved, while also laying the foundation for the subsequent study of relevant professional courses. Through the reform of the ideological integration experimental course, it helps the students establish a correct outlook on life and values. In the context of new engineering, high-level applied talents should not only possess strong professional skills and the ability to solve complex problems, but also firmly hold a political stance in order to adapt to the new situation. The second, course construction objectives. We aim to enhance professional vitality, keep up with industry development, and cultivate a growth of outstanding scientific and technological talents with innovative and entrepreneurial abilities and high quality in raw engineering. Through resource construction and the combination of virtual and real methods, stimulate students' interest in learning, improve students' understanding ability of basic professional knowledge. By reproducing experimental scenarios and studying the impact of multiple parameters on experimental results, promote students' exploratory and autonomous learning and improve their comprehensive professional practical ability. Integrate the relevant content of ideological education into the expert and expert mixture experimental course. Express the purpose of ideological education through subject integration and achieve the goal of curriculum education through value guidance. The third, key points of the course. As shown in the figure, is the schematic diagram of basic methods for integrating and promoting traditional curriculum goals and ideological and political goals. The figure lists the engineering projects related to expert mixture courses. One is mountain expert pavement. Another is Hong Kong, Zhuhai, Macau bridge deck pavement. Promote the spirit of craftsmanship and uphold the professional spirit of loyalty to duty and tenacious struggle. Interpret and guide students to learn the revolutionary spirit of perseverance, self-improvement, and dedication demonstrated by road engineering builders. Professional teachers will introduce advanced figures full of positive energy and a sense of the times into the classroom. Learn the spirit of liberating the mind, daring to innovate and being the first. In the 1980s, the construction of highways in China, such as Shenda, Beijing, Tianjin, Tang, and Hujia, was under exploration. The builders adhered to the spirit of being brave in innovation and daring to be the first and continuously made breakthroughs in technology, making China's highway construction one of the world's major powers in just 30 years. Using Marxist-Leninist ideology to cultivate students' awareness of seeking truth from facts and their ability to analyze and solve problems. Buildings such as roads and bridges are exposed to the natural world for a long time and often suffer from the alternating effects of sunlight, rainwater, and environmental temperature. These natural factors have a significant impact on the performance of materials. Therefore, the dialectical relationship between internal and external factors, inevitability and contingency in Marxist philosophical principles is introduced to guide the students to analyze the influencing factors of material properties from both internal and external factors, and understand the inevitability and the contingency of materials possessing these engineering characteristics. Taking experimental courses as the starting point, integrating elements of legal and regulatory education based on material experiments and engineering practices, it is important for students to adhere to the principle of seeking truth from facts when writing experimental reports and to ensure the authenticity of experimental data. In future work, experimental data often has legal validity and even arbitration, which determines the acceptance results of the construction process and the construction quality. The importance of this is self-evident. With the rapid development of China's highway industry, highways have evolved from their initial functions of transportation, grading and soil and water conservation to integrating elements such as culture, art, science, landscaping, ecology, aesthetics, etc. Organically integrating highways with the humanities, history, and natural landscapes along the line. China has achieved a series of scientific research results in the field of energy conservation and emission reduction in highway engineering. As shown in the figure, waste tire rubber, asphalt, pavement materials, old cement, pavement recycling technology, warm mix asphalt technology, and the environmental friendly ice melting and the snow melting technology have all been promoted and applied in engineering, achieving good results in resource conservation and environmental protection. Closely integrating the teaching reform objectives and the teaching content methods, highlighting the cultivation of students' knowledge acquisition, ability improvement, and quality improvement. The table summarizes the specific content of teaching resource construction and the teaching methods. The last conclusion. This article explores then the practices the ideological teaching reform of expert and expert mixture courses, integrating the scientific spirit of national confidence, craftsmanship, seeking truth, and the practicality and energy conservation and environmental protection into the curriculum system through case studies. While studying professional courses, it cultivates students' political thinking and moral qualities. Integrating ideological education into the teaching of professional courses, making teaching diverse and three-dimensional and promoting students' patriotic awareness, improving learning motivation and clarifying the direction of efforts are of great significance. At the same time, lay a solid foundation for students to adapt to social needs after graduation and achieve the teaching goal of cultivating morality and talent. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? For the paper 2473. Okay. Raise your hand. Let me see. Any questions? No question?
有一个老师，陈瑞气。
有吗？
I have a question.
Okay, okay, please.
Okay. Excuse me. Can you explain in the detail the specific measures to reform the ideological integration experimental course?
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, the first, establish the practical teaching idea of ideological and political course integrating with professional characteristics, help students to apply what they have learned through practical activities closely related to their major. The second, choose the ideological and political practice teaching content combined with the major and promote the practical teaching of ideological and political courses by using various practical resource platforms such as professional base, professional practice, and practical training. I hope this answers your questions.
Okay. That's all? Okay.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for Xu Sheng's presentation. Now let's welcome the author of 2415, Ms. Pang. She hurried up from the classroom to the online conference. Welcome, Ms. Pang. Give us the speech. Ms. Xu Sheng, 退出。Welcome.
开始。哦，听到。哦。哦，姑娘。这个。
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to share my opinion with you. My title is On the Logic, Dilemma, and Solution of the Transformation of Vocational College Science and Technology Achievements into Teaching under the background of science education integration. Here are the contents. Part 1, Introduction. At present, with the interactive update of science and technology, the traditional university major construction, curriculum, teaching projects, and other educational elements are constantly being innovated. The reform of the education model of integrating science and education in vocational education, represented by the science technology integration with professional construction. Curricular setting and teaching projects has become a hot topic in academic circles. However, vocational education has long been out of touch with modern industrial technological innovation. There is a contradiction between the scientific knowledge production system of higher vocational scientific research and the demand for high-tech innovation and subversive technological innovation of enterprises, which often ignores the scientific research basis and characteristics of vocational education, resulting in the separation of production, university, and research. Therefore, in order to complete the transformation reform of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational colleges, it is necessary to re-examine the logical relationship in the development of the transformation reform of scientific and technological achievements into teaching. Clarify the key problems such as reform logic and reform dilemma in the transformation reform of scientific and technological achievements into teaching. This paper will start from the logical mainline of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, so that the dilemma of promoting the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, and put forward the solution of scientific and technological achievements into teaching for reference. Part 2. The logical mainline of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational colleges. The transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational colleges includes 3 aspects. The first is the main body of transformation, that is, higher vocational colleges. The second is the scientific and technological achievements, namely the transformation context. The third is teaching transformation, that is, transformation path. According to the existence of 3 aspects from who to transform, what to transform, and how to transform, we can sort out the logic mainline of scientific and technological achievements transformation. In 2.1, who to transform, explore the main body of transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching. In order to grasp the transformation of scientific and technological achievements in higher vocational colleges better, we explore its main direction and analyze data, which compiled by the Department of Science, Technology, and Information Technology of the Ministry of Education of the People's Republic of China in the past 5 years, from 2017 to 2021. The results shows that before the theory of science and education integration was proposed in the report of the 20th Party Congress in 2022, scientific technological achievements transformation in higher vocational schools was mainly titled to enterprises, and the main body included government, higher vocational colleges, and enterprises, which form a community of transformation subjects of scientific and technological achievements, and had the ability to control the transformation flow of scientific and technology achievements in higher vocational school. 2.2, what to transform, explore the context of transforming scientific and technological achievements into teaching. According to the data compiled by the Department of Science, Technology and Information Technology of the Ministry of Education of the People's Republic of China, higher vocational science and technology achievements mainly include scientific and technological works, papers, project results, patents, software works, integrated social design, new animals and plants, new jobs, and so on. Therefore, the context of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching are summarized as cutting-edge theory, scientific research methods, cutting-edge science and technology. 2.3, how to transform, explore the path of transforming scientific and technological achievements into teaching. According to the best elements analysis of higher vocational education, such as professional construction, curriculum, and teaching projects, the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching can start from many aspects, such as measures, courses, and projects. Based on the above views, the logical mainline model design for the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational college is shown in Figure 1. The government, higher vocational colleges, and enterprises constitute the main body of transformation, which integrating science and technology with measures, science and technology with courses, science and technology with projects, and transforming cutting-edge theories, scientific research methods, and cutting-edge technologies. Part 3, the dilemma of promoting the transformation of higher vocational science and technology achievements into teaching. The above logical mainline model is designed according to the 3 aspects of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational colleges, but it still lacks the feasibility and influences factor analysis. In order to complete the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, it's necessary to explore the contradictory relationship between the feasibility of transformation and the influencing factors, and sort out the difficulties while promoting the feasibility and influencing factors of the transformation from scientific and technological achievements to teaching. Scientific and technological achievements and terminal education and teaching are sorted out as follows. As shown in Figure 2, there are many compatible elements between scientific and technological achievements and education and teaching, including scientific research methods and talent output, cutting-edge theory and knowledge output, and cutting-edge science and technology output. Based on this, we can believe that scientific and technological achievements are intrinsically related to education and teaching, and there's no essential conflict in the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching. However, there are also many influencing factors in the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, including financial support, guidance mechanism, transformation ability, evaluation, content matching, and transformation consciousness, and so on, which can be summarized as follows. The consciousness and ability of transforming scientific and technological achievements into teaching are insufficient. The guidance mechanism of transforming scientific and technological achievements into teaching is imperfect, and the scientific and technological achievements do not match the teaching content. Fact 4, the breakthrough of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching in higher vocational colleges. Ms. Pan Miaoyuan, the founder of China's higher education discipline, pointed out that returning to the fundamentals of universities requires returning to the fundamentals of training talent and balancing the relationship between teaching and scientific research. Based on this, we can believe that the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching ultimately needs to be implemented in teaching, that is, in teachers, teaching materials, and teaching methods. And the path to implementation, we can establish the evaluation system for the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, improving the policy and financial support for the transformation, and improving the integration of scientific and technological achievements with teachers, textbooks, and teaching methods. Therefore, logical framework model of the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching is shown in Figure 3. Part 5, Conclusion. In the context of science education integration, this study builds a logical framework model for the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching based on its essentials, so that the institutional relationship, appropriate elements, and influencing factors in the transformation of scientific and technological achievements into teaching, and propose the transformation path to adapt the requirements of production education integration and science education integration, and optimization of the time orientation of vocational education for higher vocational education. The later work will aid at the expansion of logical framework model, the improvement of transformation mechanism, and the construction of transformation platform. That's all. Thank you for your listening. OK， 我放大一点声音。OK，
张老师，你的麦克风没有打开。
哦，是我打开了，不好意思。
不是，我说张老师的麦克风没有打开。
Sorry. Okay, Han, I found that you raise your hand. Please ask the question to the author.
I have a question. I have a question.
Okay.
Your paper discussed the issue of the transformation of technological achievements in higher vocational education, which is a highly valuable research topic. I really appreciate your research. I would like to ask you to further explain how to analyze and determine the matching elements of the transformation of vocational technology achievements into teaching in the paper.
Oh, well, thanks for your question. Here are my opinion. In this paper, the appropriate elements of the transformation of scientific technological achievements in higher vocational education into teaching are put forward by analyzing the internal relationship between the context of scientific and technological achievements, which are frontier theory, scientific research methods, frontier science and technology, and the function of higher vocational education, including the output of talent, knowledge, and science and technology. Advanced theory, scientific research methods, and advanced science and technology can promote the output of higher vocational talent, knowledge, and scientific and technological, which can also promote the update of advanced theory and output of scientific and technological output and frontier methods at the same time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is limited. Stop here. No, okay. Thank you. The next one is the paper 2458. 2458. Okay. Let's enjoy the video. Mr. Pang, 退出。
按数88。
Pull it out.
Hello, my name is Lasha Sharwadze. My study is about information systems. This article describes the author's research on the unified digital management systems for the clinic. The system is focused on the use of radiologists and medical imaging. The goal of the research is to develop a unified, secure, and efficient system management systems for the clinic. The system uses a single window principle, fully integrate all clinic management systems into one environment and fully digitize them. Due to this process across different areas, the current clinic management systems do not have all the necessary structures, processes, data, and system integrated into a single electronic environment. This article describes one of the medical visualization modules of the new research-based medical facility management software, which will be integrated into a unified hospital management system. The system has a web-based interface and is compatible with the variant of mobile devices. The system provides security features such as password politics and user role management. Systems work in a secure network environment. Experiments conducted in the test environment have received that the new system improves the efficiency of delivering medical services and reduces the time needed to deliver a medical service. It signifies leaders in the potential of transfer clinic management, optimized clinic processing, and ultimately enough the quality of patient care. The findings have relevation not only for the medical but also for technical developments and policymakers and advanced healthcare systems. PAC systems is a picture achieving a communicating systems. Is a system used to connect several computers and medical devices for storing, retrieving, using, and managing medical radiology images. PAC systems handle image in a variety of formats. The most common formats for digital imaging and communication is PAC system is DICOM. PAC is a medical imaging technology used manually in healthcare organizations for the secure storage and use of electronic imaging and clinic imported information by the medical personnel. Using PACs eliminates the need to manually store, retrieve, and send sensitive medical information, image, and records. Instead, medical records and image can be securely stored on the clinic servers and exit used through encrypted channel from anywhere in the world using various communication devices such as computer, tablets, mobile phones, and etc. Medical image storage technologies such as PACs are becoming increasingly important and necessary as the volume of digital medical imaging increases in the healthcare industry, and the analysis of their image data become more and more common. And the use of such systems by radiologists has done us its advantage, need, and necessary, and under this system various areas of medicine using visualization, such as computed tomography, magnetic resonance tomography, X-ray, ultrasound, nuclear medicine, radiation, oncology, and etc. Have all been integrated into the systems. Medical images are captured and used for clinical analysis, diagnosis, and treatment as part of patient care plan. The information collected can be used to identify any anatomical and physiological pathology, elevate treatment process, and maintain a database for patient use. Our system consists of four main components: image processing devices, the secure network environment, and shared patient imaging data, a workstation computer or mobile device for viewing, processing, and interpreting image, electronic archive for storage, and future use of image-related documentation. The common language of clinical laboratory and radiology devices is a fluid management systems is the HL7, Health Level 7 protocol. HL7 is a set of standards of sharing clinic and administration data between hospital information systems. It is like a language that describes you and your medical information across all these hospital information systems. And what is most important is that all systems speak the same language. For SSHL7 message is received by another computer system, it can be processed and used by the medical staff. The HL7 message has the following structures, which is provided in the PAC systems are presented as standalone software and then part of overall clinic management system. This makes it difficult to access some of the most essential patient information because physicians work in multiple programs and it is difficult to see the picture in a single view. Transforming this information to the other related systems and reporting are also complicated. To solve this problem, PAC system manufactured offer integration with exciting clinic management systems, but all common integrations are incomplete. And once integrated, the patient data can be viewed only if the software transfer them into the PAC system. And the medical recording option is also very limited. It's also failed to provide complete reporting and history. Most of the personal data of the patient and study there performed are integrated but not linked to location of the imaging itself. Medical imaging is one of the most essential and often the only secure information for patient diagnosis and treatment planning. This information is used by virtually and physical surgeons and other medical persons. Based on these studies, we determined that there is a need for PAC systems that connect easily to the clinic management systems and completely share data with medical imaging, following patient history for complete and convenient management. The HL7 protocols and DICOM video need to integrate into single clinic management system so that the system can process this type of measures independently and have its own complete database of these data. Now, with this method, all medical personnel will have access to medical imaging in their unified systems as part of the patient medical history, and they will be easier to view and use chronology. Our goal is to create a medical imaging model that will capture all the necessary information from the image, such as the examined organ, the RL, the delineations, and etc. This this information will be automatically instead by the system into elevate place in the patient medical history. Our goal is to create a PAC system according to specified model, which will be as affordable and as possible for the health sector. We have started to work on this implementation and real-world implementation and will be further in the near future. Proper integration of the PAC system into unified management systems will also create more opportunities for the use of artificial intelligence in medicine. Features of radiology remains expensive. Use artificial intelligence, which will help the radiologists to analyze each pixels in jars and identify them. It should be noted that creating a suitable database for AI is a possible real cooperation of clinicians and other alliance health professionals who must be involved in the medical processes. Implementation of PAC system integrated with aviation protocol type computer has shown as a significant promise. Medical image now merge into unified patient records, improving accessibility for medical personnel, reducing manual errors and saving time. This approach aligns with our research towards operation get cost effectivity and accessibility system for healthcare facilities. I take it in real world trial we were procedures with outgoing information example reinforce its effectiveness. In summary, our proposed methodologies emphasizing data integration, automation, cost effectivity, via utilization, and quality control, presence and substantial opportunity for improving healthcare service and patient outcome. The initial results are encouraging and outgoing endeavors are like to validate methodology effectively. The experiment were conducted in the testing environment. First, we calculate the time and expensive decentralization environment for the physical who need to see their results and imaging study or find the medical imaging patient and their manual transferring the data of patient history in other systems and analyze their patient history in the single picture. It found that the process takes about minutes, and according to our methodology, we automatically transfer data on similar financing. The experiment revealed that the time was reduced by a fraction of 6 at best. This was because the process requires such across different programs, and it will necessary to find the analyzed patient data in all systems. The needed through the study are that all digital clinic management systems should be integrated into one large complete clinic management systems, and it should integrate the major areas of medicine and data in a 14 chronology sequence. In this process, it is very important that the information the system collects around patient care by sort chronology adapting to the various management or peripheral devices. The system should provide a good, consistent, convenient reporting in all areas. Creating such systems and adapting it to such simple portable equipment as a tablet and a cell phone greatly simplifies the speed up the processing of monitoring and treating patient. Storing patient medicine will creating a history and close them for the brain allow for faster and better precise diagnosis, shorter treatment time, minimization of errors, and avoid unnecessary examinations. Digital systems also increase the security of patient personal data and reduce the time it takes to receive medical services. The need for improving the patient medical history data gives us an opportunity to create a platform for the widespread use of artificial intelligence in the medicine. The combination of properly structured electronic data and electronic producers populations has improved the quality of care. The relation to information and dramatically accelerate the time for diagnosis and establishment of a treatment regimen. We are able to easily monitor the patient's conditions with one window and learn about all the necessary data and patient results. The system has been updated, refined, and improved several times. The research and development are still underway. The system is constantly evolving and expanding. The research, development, and optimization of it will be done closely with the medical staff. At this stage, the aforementioned system has been updated, optimized several times, and we are still researching implementation new systems and expansions the system in the direction of digitalization of processing and data. In consults, our research in the highly advanced healthcare information by introduce unified digital management systems. This addresses the need for integrated patient data across medical domains, improving efficiency, security, and access to information. The system's potential extends to various healthcare applications and pave the way for via integration of healthcare decision-making. It provides a foundation for future healthcare information developments. This innovate approach enhance healthcare systems, benefits medical professionals and patients. Outgoing research and systems exception will future healthcare delivery and patient outcomes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
你说一下可以。
Next speaker is Ms. Shang. The paper 2391. Welcome,
Hello.
Ms. Shang. Okay, thank you. You can start now.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen now. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay.
That's great.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to be here to have my presentation. My topic is about disposal for the pinching people and objects accident in fully automated operation urban rail transit lines based on fault tree analysis. I am Shang Jie. There will be these aspects of my presentation. Firstly, please allow me to introduce all the authors. There are 3 authors of this paper. The first author is Feng Jianrong. He is from Nanning Rail Transit Company. Dr. Nazru and I come from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. I also a teacher of Nanning University. And I also a member of Guangxi K Laboratory for International Joint for China Asian Comprehensive Transportation. Secondly is the abstract. As you know, the fault tree analysis method was used to analyze the accident of high-speed trains with people and objects caught in fully automatic operation lines of urban rail transit. A fault tree was established to describe the top event intermediate event, and basic event in the accident tree of high-speed trains with people and objects caught in train doors and platform doors. The minimum path set and the structural importance parameters of the accident were analyzed and calculated, and the equivalent tree of the accident tree was drawn. The 4 shortest path sets with shorter turns were selected for analysis, and effective measures were proposed to prevent the occurrence of high-speed train accidents involving people and objects. So the keywords are urban rail transit, fully automated line, fault tree analysis, and clapping people and objects. According to data released by the Ministry of Transport, as of August 2023, a total of 297 urban rail transit lines have been opened and operated in 54 cities in China, with an operating mileage of 9,771.8 kilometers. As of the end of 2022, a total of 15 cities in mainland China, including Beijing, Shanghai, and so on, have opened fully automated operation system lines. It is called FAO, with a total of 30 lines forming a scale of 716.83 kilometers of fully automated operation lines. So the FAO lines, due to their significant reliability and economy, are the trend of future urban rail transit development, and also bring new challenges to line operation work. Because of these reasons, the FAO adopts grid of automation for level unmanned driving technology, which doesn't require a driver to drive throughout the entire operation. Therefore, compared to traditional routes, it is not possible to judge the closing status of train doors and platform doors through manual observation during departure. Instead, the safety detection function of train doors and platform doors replaces this process. Once the system experiences inaccurate judgment or improper fault handling, it may lead to a high-speed train accident involving people, objects, and passengers' lives, and property may be damaged. Therefore, the risk of the FAO lines is necessary to be researched. As we know, fault tree analysis is one of the important analysis methods in safety systems in engineering. It was first applied in the military field. It sets the specific accident to be analyzed as the top event and analyze the reasons that induce it until the basic cause of the accident is identified. These most fundamental reasons are also known as fundamental events. The fault tree analysis method can identify and evaluate the hazards of various systems, not only analyzing the direct causes of accidents, but also deeply revealing the potential causes of accidents. Therefore, this method is widely used in the field of safety analysis. There were many authors have done many researches about FTA. It includes Gui Siping, Han Lingshan, Li Yanfen, and so on. But most of the above studies have used FTA methods to study accidents under the automatic train operation mode, proposing optimization measures for operation or improving the detection performance of shielded doors in order to reduce the occurrence of accidents involving people and objects. However, it is real to conduct targeted, in-depth research on people and objects called accidents based on the characteristic of FAO lines. So we decided to do this research. The fifth part of my presentation is establishment and analysis of accident trees. There are 4 parts of this. Firstly, it is establishment of accident tree. Set the train door and platform door collision accident as a top event. Based on operation, management, and maintenance experience, sort out the various links that led to the occurrence of the top event. And analyze the internal mechanism between the basic events and the course events, and draw a fault tree for the train door and platform door collision accident on FAO lines, as shown in Figure 1. This is the fault tree. Secondly, the meaning of various elements contained in the accident tree of tree doors and platform doors clapping people and objects on FAO lines, as well as the represented
我现在看去深圳了，我在哪
are
啊？
detailed
你
in Table
你要不要看
1.
看唯一？你去哪里？
Well, the intermediate event
我大你不行，你骑我单车。
inter
我那里有部单车在那里丢在那里的，但山地车跟你的东西如果不好。
These figures and tables are about all the symbol and the event and their description. It includes top events, interim event, and the basic event. The third part of this is calculation of the minimum path set of the accident tree. The path set refers to the set of basic events in the accident tree. The minimum path set of the accident tree refers to the minimum set of basic events that cannot cause the occurrence of the top event. As long as all basic events within one of the minimum path sets do not occur, the top event will not occur. According to the definition of the minimum path set, accidents can be avoided by control each minimum path set. Based on this, it can be concluded that the accident tree for the fully automatic operation of high-speed trains with people and objects in a line contains a total of 8 million path sets, and the equivalent tree drawn is shown in Figure 2. This figure shows the 4 minimum path sets. Then is the structural importance analysis. In the equation, we can calculate the result of the importance, or the importance of or basic events can be shown in this table. Now we come to the 6th part. It is analysis of the results of a high-speed train accident involving people and objects being caught. We can see from the table. This table is about optimal control methods of preventing accidents involving people and objects in high-speed trains. These are the 4 minimum path set, and these are control measures about this path set. There are 4 path sets. They are P2, P3, P4, P8. Now we come to the conclusion. Safety is the lifeline. The fundamental way to prevent accidents involving people, objects, and high-speed trains in FAO. On the one hand, to ensure that the system equipment is sufficiently reliable. and the relevant requirements are fully considered in the design stage. After being put into operation, complete maintenance procedures are formulated to ensure the safe operation of the system. On the other hand, there is a higher requirement for the emergency response level of staff, and the comprehensive plan and the regular training mechanism should be developed. In addition, it is necessary to strengthen passenger flow guidance. While doing a good job in relieving peak passenger flow, it is also necessary to do a good job in promoting and educating safe riding and improve awareness of safe riding. The use of FTA methods to identify and evaluate the hazards of various systems, establish the calculation of the minimum part set, and analyze the structural importance, identify the direct causes of accidents, and deeply review the potential causes of accidents. From a systematic perspective, it has been proven to be scientific and effective to eliminate hidden dangers of accidents. At the end of my presentation, please allow me to show my thanks to all the funding and the support from my university, and thanks to all the references authors. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Zhang. I noticed that there is a person who keeps in raising the hand for a time. So I give this honor to you, Ma Xiaofei. You can ask a question. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please excuse me, where do you choose the points P2, P3, P4, and P8 to develop control measures?
Thanks for Mr. Ma's question. My answer is that, as analyzed in my paper, as long as one of the minimum path sets is controlled, the top event can be avoided. We can say from this table, the composition of the P2 and the P3 path set is the simplest, only containing one basic event. It is an ideal control plane. The P4 path set includes 4 basic events, while the P8 have 5 basic events, making it a relatively simple control scheme. So I choose these 4 path sets to do my control measures. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, the
Thank
speaker
you.
and ask questions person. Okay,
thank you.
Let's stop here for this speech. The next one is Miss Fu Meng, please. The paper is 2513. Please, Miss Fu, give your speech.
Okay. Wait for a moment.
Share the screen. Yes. Okay. 布蒙把声音打开。我关着声音要别人打开。听到了吧？
郭老师，操作没有正确，操作没有正确。
你选择静音，然后选择共
是的，
享
再进来，
共享屏幕，
再分享屏幕，重新进来。
哦，现在可以了吗？
可以。
哎，现在有声音。
哦，sorry。Okay, now I will continue my paper. Under the background of the development of Internet information technology in the new era and the policy support of the national
你
digital
选择
economy.
放映，布蒙选择幻灯片放映。
Okay. The business model of new retail fresh food supermarkets has emerged with the help of e-commerce and mobile payments technologies. In this context, the customer's orders showed characteristics of multiple batches, varieties, small batches, short cycle, and high-frequency demands, which put forward higher requirements for the distribution center service level. At the same time, in order to reduce cost and improve efficiency, distribution centers need to continuously optimize the storage of goods and picking operations to improve the efficiency of warehouse management. Warehousing operations as the key to improved overall distribution service level has become the focus of the scholars' research. This paper combines e-commerce own situation, draws on the theories and methods in the scholars' research, and adopts the EIQ and ABC classification method to optimize the layout of e-commerce preposition warehouse. So I will now briefly introduce the EIQ and ABC theory. Firstly, the EIQ method is a kind of analysis method focusing on enterprise orders by organizing and analyzing items, quantities, and order times of customers' orders, summarizing the distribution characteristics and shipping characteristics of logistic distribution centers, and providing the basis for the reasonable layout and picking method of distribution centers. And the ABC classification is also known as Plato's analysis. Enterprise classified goods into three categories, A, B, and C, according to relevant characteristics of the goods, and adopt different management methods for different categories of goods. Then in this paper, the EIQ and ABC will be used in combination. An EIQ analysis table is established for the goods in each warehouse. By randomly selecting 10 sales orders, the data is analyzed by EIQ, and the EIQ statistical table is established. According to statistical data, the EQ, EN, IQ, and IK are analyzed so as to derive the ABC classification level of goods, which is used to make suggestions for warehouse location planning. The next part will be the core and problem analysis. Now we take the preposition warehouse of a store of e-commerce as an example. By collecting order picking anomaly data from the preposition warehouse of a store of e-commerce in July, It can be seen that the existing warehouse layout has a great impact on picking efficiency. The total number of the order picking anomalies in warehouse in July was 886, of which the percentage of ordering picking overtime reached 80%, which is due to unreasonable warehouse layout, resulting in the order picks that are prone to picking routes congestion. Picking distance far away and other problem. Ultimately, the phenomenon of overtime picking occurs, thus affecting the distribution time of fresh foods. Meanwhile, by collecting and organizing all customer complaints cases within July, it can be seen that delivering overtime and substandard delivery service accounts for a large proportion of customer complaints issues, as shown in Table 2. It can be seen that the order delivery overtime seriously affects the customer's consumption experience and may also cause the quality of fresh products of decline. So there are three problems in the layout of pre-positioned warehouse in e-commerce. Firstly, the arbitrary placement of goods and the commodity warehouse space is not updated in time. And finally, the commodity inventory is not timely. So next is the EIQ and ABC analysis and application. How to use those methods to solve the problems. First, the main business of e-commerce is fresh products, daily department stores, and alcoholic beverages and snacks. Since fresh foods require different environments and temperatures, the pre-positioned warehouses are divided into ambient, low temperature, and frozen storage areas. Next, an EIQ analysis table is created for the items in each area, and EIQ statistics and created by randomly selecting 10 sales orders and analyzing the data for EIQ. Based on the statistical data, the EQ, EN, IQ, IK are analyzed. Thus, the ABC classification level of the goods is derived, which is used to make suggestions for the warehouse planning of the e-commerce pre-positioned warehouse. Now I will take the ABC classification of goods in ambient storage areas as an example. Ambient storage goods are mainly categorized into 10 parts, such as boiled varieties, snacks, dried fruits, breads, and so on. By randomly selecting 10 orders of ambient goods, the data were analyzed by EIQ, and the EIQ statistical table was established as shown in Table 3. Now we can see that the IQ represents the number of goods of stock, and all IQs are ranked from largest to smallest, and the cumulative percentage is obtained by accumulating them sequentially. And IQ and ABC analysis chart is drawn as shown in Figure 1. In this figure, we can see that the products corresponding to IQ1, IQ5, IQ3, and IQ7 account for 70% of the total number of products, which have a large number of goods out of the warehouse and need to deploy more inventory and require more shelf space. Thus, products IQ4, IQ2, and IQ10 accounted for 19% of the total. And Outgoing quantity of these products is average, which can be appropriately controlled by inventory and requires less shelf space. And the products corresponding to IQ 6, IQ 8, and IQ 9 only account for 8% of the total. And this kind of products has less outgoing volume, so the storage control can be more relaxed. Next, the IK. IK represents the number of times of goods has been ordered. Similarly, all the IKs are arranged in orders from largest to smallest to get the communication percentage. And IK and ABC analysis chart is drawn as shown in figure 2. Products corresponding to IK1, IK3, and IK5 and IK10 accounted for 60% of the total number of the picks, which are picked more often and therefore need to be placed closer to the shipping gates to shorten the picking distance and facilitate the shipping. And 28% of the total number of picks are corresponded to IQ2, IQ4, and IQ6, which are picked ordinarily and can be placed in a location a little further from the shipping gate. Products corresponding to IK7, IQ8, and IK9 accounted for only 14% of the total number of picks, and their low picking frequently allowed them to be placed at the far end of the shipping gates. Finally, the IQ and IK cross analysis was performed as shown in figure 3. This figure shows that the IK1, IK5, IK3, and IK7 can be classified as category A, and IK4, IK2, IK10 can be classified as the category B, and then IQ6, IQ8, and IQ9 will be classified as the category C. Similarly, the ABC classification of goods in low temperature and in frozen storage areas will be also classified. So the EIQ and the ABC analysis was done. Then the layout after ABC classification of the goods and warehouse is shown in figure 6. We can see that the new warehouse layout is conducive to shortening the picking distance of the best-selling goods, shortening the distance between the hot-selling goods and the packing table, and shortening the distance between the related goods, which facilitates the store picking staff to improve the efficiency of picking, thus shortening the picking time and improve the service quantity. After the optimization of the layout of the prepositioned warehouse, the picking order anomalies of the store were counted again, as can be seen in Table 6. We can see that the order picking timeout in August were greatly reduced compared to July, and the case of faulty picking were also reduced. Thanks to the shortening of the picking time and the rationalization of the goods layout, customer complaints about the delivery time and out-of-stock leakage problem in this store during August were also greatly reduced, as shown in Table 7, which further improved the service quantity of the e-commerce company and brought a better shopping experience to the customers. Finally is the conclusion. This paper analyzed the storage layout within the preposition warehouse of a store of e-commerce and combines operational data and
anomalies of e-commerce to analyze problems existing in this preposition warehouse layout. In response to these problems, EIQ and ABC analysis is carried out on goods in different temperature zones within the store of e-commerce so as to obtain optimized layout within the store, and the efficiency of the optimization is analyzed. Main research conclusions are as follows. Firstly, through research on abnormal orders and customer complaints, the current situation of e-commerce preposition warehouse has been deeply analyzed, and its current problems such as the arbitrary placement of goods, commodity warehouse place is update in time has been understood. Secondly, based on the analysis of the current situation, for the problems existing in warehouse layout, the EIQ and ABC classification method is used to optimize the cargo space, placing the category of goods within a larger shipment volume and a greater frequency of shipment close to exit, and so on for emissions. Position each type of goods for storage, and each type of goods has a fixed position in order to improve efficiency of picking. Lastly, after the optimization of the layout, the research on abnormal orders and customer complaints was conducted again, and it was found that the abnormal situations and customer complaints were reduced, and the optimization effect was more obvious. That's all my speaking. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Fu. Everyone here, is there any question to ask Ms. Fu? Okay, Zhou Jiahao. Okay, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Fu. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you a question that what constraints do you consider when performing the warehouse layout optimization in addition to the results of EIQ and ABC analysis? Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your question. We know that the preposition warehouse model of the new retail fresh food supermarkets is different from the traditional offline supermarkets. The traditional supermarkets need to pay attention to product division of the categories arranged in accordance with the region. And the preposition warehouse is not open for business. It's only a warehouse of goods. So it's no need to consider the layout of the such as the beautiful and so on. It's only need to consider how to be more efficient, how to save picking time, and how to be with the replacement can be. So the only constraints to be considered in front in the preposition warehouse are the requirements of the commodity storage environment. That's all. Thank you.
Finished? Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, let's welcome the author of paper 2483. Let's welcome the author of paper 2483 to give us the presentation. Welcome. Welcome.
Greetings, ma'am. Greetings, everyone. Okay, let me share my screen. Is it visible? Can someone confirm that? Is it visible?
Yes, clear.
Okay. So greetings everyone. Today my presentation topic is the machine learning driven strategies for safeguarding the Indian digital environments against the cyber stalking. Okay. Myself, Chintan Singh, and I'll be the presenting author. And this work have been done under the supervision of Dr. Himanshu Khajuri and Mr. Prakash Nayak. So I'm a full-time PhD researcher and a faculty also at the AIMEE Institute of Forensic Sciences in AIMEE University, Noida, India. So the word cyber stalking, I guess, not a new term for everyone over here. It was a very old cybercrime, but now it was trending day by day in the modern world scenario and need some of our attention towards it. Okay, if we talked about the normal definition of it is, so it is the use of internet, basically any kind of electronic or digital devices to stalk or harass a particular individual or a group or a particular organization. And that basically results in let's say some of the symptoms we have over here, like anger, fear, disinterest, hate. We have so many psychological symptoms also, such as the depression, which is ranked, I guess, second in the world burden of diseases. We have anxiety and confusions. These many symptoms, psychological and mental symptoms, have been resultant by the crime of the cyber stalking. So there is basically some of the reasons behind why people basically perform this kind of cybercrime. As we know that the cyber stalking is a form of stalking where the victim is harassed or threatened. So through the technological devices, and the right to life, liberty, security are only a few of the fundamental human rights that are violated by the cyber stalking, which can also seriously interfere with the victims' confidentiality, connections, or communications. Okay, so over here, as we can see, the reasons such as cyber stalker frequently believe like they can stay hidden and maintain the inconspicuous. In the other words, the biggest strength of a cyber stalker is that they depend upon the anonymity that the internet specifically provides them. So enabling them to keep checks on their victims' actions without revealing their identity, severe narcissism, anger, rage, retribution, envy, obsession, we over here, sexual harassment, revenge and hate. These all basically are among the psychological causes of this stalking. So this figure basically demonstrates some of the main factors to enhance these factors. If we talk about the Indian scenario, there is a reported case on the 2021 case study where the 25 cases of stalking have been reported every day on the year of 2021, which is now increasing up to more than 50 cases in India for the cyber stalking. So if this particular case have been only registered in the capital state of the India, and now it is like crosses the 50 cases per day ratio in the Delhi NCR region. Delhi is basically the capital state of India. Here we are seeing the overall on the bar graph. We have the overall, let's say, bar and the values in the millions, 62 million cases, Telangana cases that have been registered in the Indian scenarios. So this is basically a very challenging problem and need a proper solution if we talked about the Indian population. So this is basically a cyber stalking victimization percentage. So this shows the number of survey and the respondents who reported being cyber stalked given as a percentage of the total number of respondents. And 2/3 of the survey respondents were female, indicating a higher rate of the male victimization, so, which is higher than the 17% reported in some of the studies. So the most common age group in the current cyberstalk group was, we can see over here, that is the 20 to 29 and 30 to 39. We have the highest total number of the candidates, that was the 25 and the 32.5. And data about this particular shows the data about the harsher relationships with the responder that was obtained. And this information over is mainly categorized, found in the stalking literature and also ground systematic review of literature also conducted. The questionnaire sessions also have been conducted to get out all these values. So all these tables and figures basically indicating what is the proper cause of the cyber stalking and how many people are feel it offended and how people are reporting according to their nations. So basically for detection of such offensive crime, we need a proper framework that have been tested, that have been made for the non-textual spam email IDs. So this was a hybrid machine learning framework and required for the cyber stalking identification and basically contain, I guess, 8 of the major components. The first we have over is the email pre-processing. The email data will be acquired from a worldwide dataset in this tab and then filtered and standardized to specified format using the keywords. Then second, we have a feature extraction using the extraction of spam and the non-spam tags, feature dictionary and a feature vector will be carried in the phase. The machine learning approaches will also be employed in the feature dictionary feature vectors as an input for training and testing of the data classifier. Then after this, we have a spam classification over here, which is a machine learning classifier technique that will be applied to our email documents in this phase. Then the next phase, the fourth one we have is the smell spam email detection. This module will filter and detect the classify email into the spam or non-spam email categories based on the feature extraction and the machine learning classifiers. Then we have another phase, which was the cyber stalking pre-detection. So after the email filtering and the spam classification, the next goal will be to detect the cyber stalking in the non-spam emails. So the cyber stalking pre-detection module was utilized for this. And the proposed cyber stalking pre-detection will detect the data before transferring these mails to the next phase of the detection module. Then last, we have over here data classifications and the machine learning techniques. So it basically includes the nearbys and the logistic regressions, random forest, k nearest neighbors, and the support vector machines will be utilized in this to detect the cyber stalking for the non. So next slides we have of the So this basically is kind of a framework, or we can say a flowchart to process all of these stated modules to how we have to implement them in the machine learning modules. And we have our case study also here. This basically is a design of a action plan scenario. And we take an example of a case study. I guess if we have time, so I can discuss with this. But let me brief you about this case. So this is basically a case of a middle Taiwanese girl and a Taipei-based cyber stalker. It was a very famous case in the 2007. So to alleviate the loneliness that particular Taiwanese girl, she desired to came to the Yahoo Messengers chat rooms and she became a victim of a cyber stalk. So this problem, she figured it out and she went through so much mental pressure and psychological pressure. And finally, she hanged herself and committed a suicide. So we took especially this particular cases so that we can cover so many modules in this whole case study modules. So let's come to the what will be the action scenarios for the cyber stalking cases. We can see over here the first we have a start phase. So it will start with get a girl for a sex. Basically, the chat room is basically for the sexual chattings in which that a girl basically involves. Then the action phases came where they will roam here and there for the chat rooms. Then the observation parts came. Then the prey will find his or her prey and find that girl on the internet. Then they plan to put their fantasies by providing the sexual offendings. Then it will come to let's give them something to each other to show the humanity or say to show the affections and everything. Then if the observations came that the girl was not interested in that, then the revenge scenario came in the cyber stalker key. Yes, this was something key. How did she can reject me, and this needs to be like even out. So for that, he gonna take a revenge or something. Then he planned the cyber stalking to blackmail her. Then it will go went towards the buying the Trojans from the black markets. Then girl did not know anything about this. It will start again for the blackmailing part, and she finally reported to the police. And after that, police basically she asked the help from the police, and the victim computer was then after that formatted. They was the cyber stalkers content. So by performing these action plans, we can figure it out to detect the, let's say, cyber stalking behaviors in the online platforms also. Apart from that, we can also, perform some preventive measures to stop these actions in the, let's say, social websites also. But we can say like Facebook, Insta, Snapchat, Twitter. We have so many of those. And now the thing is that people seems is very, common these days. They thought ki stalking someone is they don't know about this, so let's do this particular thing or something. But the problem arises is that when that particular opposition person started to feel, anxious or a fear. So that's the thing. So that's on the humanitarian grounds. We should not perform such things. If the opposition party, or we can say the particular individual, have not or showing the disinterest in the someone's, so we should not force them to, to get to know them better, to forcefully asking them on the things. So let's come to the, so the paper also concluded, I guess, some of the preventive tips also that can be utilized in so many social platforms, including, I guess, 10 to 11 platforms where the most of the cases of cyber stalking come in the Indian scenario. So the paper cover up that also. Okay, thank you. Thank you for listening me out. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions for this presentation? I got some words.
Forrest. Question. Yes, Forrest.
Some
Thank you.
Some people
Thank you
said they want to discuss something with the other. They had sent email, so
okay.
The discussion will continue after the conference. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's welcome the last but not least the speaker, Ms. Li Yuan. The paper 2335. The last speaker, Li Yuan, please, it's your turn. Li Yuan.
Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Uh,
We can hear you. That you share the screen, share the PPT.
共享桌面。
听到了。
共
最下面
享视频下方有一个绿颜色的共享屏幕。Yes。
可以了吗？
可以了。You can see.
Okay. Thank you.
放映。
哦，好。Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your listening. I'm Li Yuan, come from Wuhan University of Technology.
李元老师，请选择放映，请选择幻灯片放映。
是在放映啊？没有看到吗？
不是，不是，这不是放映。
PPT 的播放。
全屏。
PPT 的播放。
最上面有一栏叫放映。
稍等，我现在是在播放啊，我这个电脑上是播放状态，看不到吗？
好，我们看到不是播放状态。
稍等一下。
好，那你就这样子，哎，不是，
我再共享一下，
哎，
共享桌面吧。这个可以吗？
还没出来，稍微等一下。 是不是要双击就可以啊？现在不是共享屏幕的状态，那你就一页一页翻吧。
可以了吗？不好意思啊，可能刚才断网了，现在可以了吗？请问？
得稍微等一下，网速有点慢。最上方，对，这是视图，再往左一点有一个放映，不是上方那个标题栏那里，对，点这个。哎，刚才放映，不是刚才。
可以吗？我现在在放映状态。
哦，现在是了。OK。
哦，那我从头重新开始吗？
啊。
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your listening. I'm Li Yuan, come from Wuhan University of Technology. The topic of my paper is Study on Cultivation Mechanism for Intelligent Navigation Talents based on Discipline Crossing Interdisciplinary Integration. I will introduce my paper from the following 5 aspects. Firstly, introduction. The advertisement of intelligent navigation will lead the shipping industry and a profound challenge in our country's navigation higher education. Based on the analysis of the current problems faced by China's navigation education and the demand for intelligent navigation, this paper puts forward the general ideas and strategies for the reform of the training mechanism of compound intelligent navigation talents based on the integration of navigation technology, marine engineering and disciplines, and explores the training paths of profound intelligent navigation talents, which can be used for reference for the training of emerging engineering education talents in navigation in China's higher education. And secondly, the historical background of intelligent sailing talents cultivation. In China, sea transportation plays a crucial role in its economy and national strategy. General Secretary Xi Jinping highlights maritime power as a cornerstone for economic growth. The country's undergraduate neutral talents colleges have expanded to 16 from 4 to meet the growing demand for nautical talents. The evolving transportation landscape aligns waterway transportation with new technology, new energy, modern information, and artificial intelligence. The shipping industry is moving towards a green, intelligent, and flexible technological path. This restructuring period calls for the urgent development of higher skilled, adaptable crews and intelligent nautical talents to lead the industry. And thirdly, I will introduce the analysis of the cultivation needs of complex intelligent nautical talents. Sorry. As a national control major, the nautical major will好像刚才掉线了啊！哇，掉线了。
The web is not steady.
慢慢来。
哦，sorry。
Okay. Again.
Okay. Can I begin from this part? Mm, 请问听得到吗？
听得到，听得到，看得到。
听得见，听得见。
Okay, okay. As a national control measure, the nautical major will carry out performance competent education under the requirements of the STCW Convention, with general the same curriculum systems for undergraduate and senior high school nautical colleges, consistent talent training position from an appropriate perspective and focus on competent education and selling skills education. Its standards is mainly on training qualified seafarers, and the cultivation is directing at mastering the operation, maintenance, and repair of ships, their equipment and systems, and ship operation management and personnel management. Relatively, the professional curriculum system is single and the knowledge level is narrow. The study focuses on refining nautical talent development and advancing nautical engineering. It explores the impact of higher engineering and regional economies, involving interviews with academic, industry, and maritime experts. Following a comprehensive research principles, just as Table 1. Fourthly, is the suggestions on the cultivation needs of complex, intelligent nautical talents. In the content of strategies for becoming a transportation and maritime powerhouse, there is a deep integration of waterway transportation with new energy technologies, modern information technology, and artificial intelligence. The shipping industry is generally showing a trend towards green, intelligent, and flexible technologies. In the context of the strategies for becoming a transportation and maritime powerhouse, there is a deep integration of waterway transportation with new energy technologies, modern information technology, and artificial intelligence. The shipping industry is generally showing a trend towards green, intelligent, and flexible technologies. And the cultivation needs or the suggestions on the cultivation needs of complex, intelligent nautical talents will contain the three aspects. Firstly, scientific positioning, theoretical classification, and achieving differentiated training of higher nautical talents. Secondly, serves the national strategy, lead industry development, and focus on cultivating intelligent nautical talents. Thirdly, overall planning of resources, perfection of mechanisms, and creation of a coordinated support system for the cultivation of intelligent nautical talents. Fifthly, exploration of the training paths for compound intelligent navigation talents. I will introduce from these three aspects. Firstly, intelligence-oriented and interdisciplinary scientific positioning of compound intelligent navigation talents. The training objective of this class is to service national strategy, transportation power, maritime power, shipping power, to comprehensively master the professional theory and practical skills of two majors, to hold a multidisciplinary background of transportation, energy, engineering, navigation, and information engineering, data science and engineering, safety and emergency engineering, to adapt the development of domestic and for foreign shipping industry, to cultivate highly qualified and compound intelligence talents with comprehensive dynamic adaptability, innovation, and entrepreneurship ability. Secondly, goal-oriented and student-centered, constructing cross-dimensional curriculum metrics. WHUT has comprehensive, constructed in interdisciplinary, integrated, multiple dimensional curriculum metrics system for intelligent navigation, which support the requirements of talent training objectives, just as the following paragraphs. Thirdly, competency, priority, and innovation highlighted, establishing practical training teaching system based on the profession, innovation, intelligence, just as table 2. The students will have 4 years in this school. The last part is a conclusion. This abstract outlines a proposal for the advertisement of intelligent navigation within China's maritime education sector. It identifies current challenges in navigation education and the increasing need for intelligent navigation skills. The paper suggests general ideas and strategies for reforming the training mechanism to cultivate versatile navigation talents through a multidisciplinary approach. The proposed path for nurturing these talents serves as a potential model for educating emerging engineering talents in China's higher education within the navigation field. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to other. So the last honor of asking questions, I want to give the person who raised his hand, Wei Hua, please. You may ask your question.
Hello, Ms. Lee. I have a question about your speech. What are the main indicators for cultivating complex, intelligent nautical talents? That's my question.
Well, thank you for your question. I think, firstly, considering the academic poisoning and cultivation models, it is a must for higher nautical education to orient towards intelligent shaping, to clarify the cultivation goals of intelligent nautical talents, take serving the transportation power, maritime power, and shipping power strategies as overall goal. Enter on intelligent shipping, rely on scientific and technological innovation such as 5G and AI, BDS, and big data to drive industry development in intelligent ships, intelligent ports, and intelligent service. Secondly, in addition to the subject and the professional structure, while meeting the appropriate requirements of modern ships, the complex intelligent navigation professional curriculum system should also pay attention to industry development, deeply key disciplines such as transportation engineering, marine engineering, and environment science and engineering, and establish a curriculum system meeting the needs of the future development of the shipping industry. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have to say the presentation and the communication start here. So we have learned a lot of presentations. Here, I would like to say participants who wish to continue the communication can contact the speakers through email. The email address is in the last column of the conference program book. I believe that lots of participants want to continue to discuss. Let's get more achievements. Thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm and support. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for.
Thank you.
See you next time. Bye.
See you. See you later. See you.
Thank you.